Okay, we'll call this meeting to order 4 o'clock. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
This is the meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, June 7, 2017 meeting. On the call of the roll, Member Eldon.
Present.
Eldon present. Member Josh Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. Copra absent. Member Tesfa.
Present.
Tesfa present. Member Moss.
Present.
Moss present. Member Kanata.
Present.
Kanata present. Member Fisher.
Present.
Fisher present. Member Hinsey.
Present.
Hinsey present. Vice Chair Hyland.
Present.
Hyland present. Chair Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. We have a quorum. There are no agenda changes that I know of today.
Okay, does anybody have any changes or adjustments for the agenda? Concerns about it? Anything? Nothing? Okay. Let's call the next item.
Next on the agenda, item number 2, approval of minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, May 3rd, 2017 meeting.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve the minutes.
Let's move it to the floor first, and then we can do all the changes and then encapsulate it in a vote. So it's moved by Member Hinsey. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Josh Wolf. Okay. Any changes, adjustments for the minutes?
I just wanted to know whether Member Tesfaye was satisfied with the summary in the Borden case from last week. Yeah? Cool. I just made a note to check on that.
Okay. Any other changes, adjustments? Seeing none, public comment on the minutes. Seeing no public comment is closed. Please, can we take this by acclamation? Seeing no objections? Okay. Please call next item.
Next on the agenda, item number 3, file number 16113, reconsideration of order of determination, complaint filed by Larry Chan against Lieutenant Catherine Whalen and the San Francisco Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. The complainant has informed us that he is unable to attend tonight.
Okay. All right. Which committee was this heard in?
This was at the full task force.
Oh, this was, okay.
We issued an order of determination,
Right.
and the police department has requested reconsideration.
Is the police department here? Present. Okay. So, yes, please come forward. So this is a process that we rarely enjoy the pleasure of, to have one of our orders of determination to be reconsidered by a party. So that is what we are only going to be dealing with today. Is the question that will be before you is whether we are to reconsider this item or not. If we choose to reconsider it, it will be brought back to the place just before the vote, and further information or the hearing will continue from that point forward. At this point, what we're going to be hearing for is any new information that will compel you or may compel you to allow a reconsideration. And so that will be the question before you. So they're going to make a presentation of information they feel is new that would possibly change your minds, is to have the case more or less reopened from where it was the last time. Is that clear? Anybody have any questions? Member Josh Wolf.
Is there any sort of notated standard for what the threshold to reconsider an order of determination is?
It's your analysis or an assessment of whether the information has reached a threshold for you to have the case reheard or have that new information included as part of the what would be a continuing case.
And presumably that would be scheduled for a future meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. We're all clear? Okay. Great. So the petitioner is not here?
The complainant is not
The
here.
complainant's not here? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
But the petitioner for reconsideration is the San Francisco Police Department. Is everybody okay with giving them 5 minutes? Okay?
Yep.
All right. Please proceed. Yes, you must use the microphone.
So it's Lieutenant Catherine Wallen for the San Francisco Police Department.
Good afternoon, everybody. Stephen Betts, a legal counsel for the Internal Affairs Division at the San Francisco Police Department. Did you want me to go, or did you want to? Sure. Good evening, everyone. I'll keep my comments brief as far as the evidence we'd like you to reconsider. When the petitioner or the complainant brought forth this matter, he alleged that he did not receive, if you recall, 5 pages of documents that were redacted from him. I believe after listening to the tape of that presentation, there was a misunderstanding about what was presented to him. He was, in fact, given the document. The document was a Facebook post that was forwarded to the San Francisco Police Department. What was redacted, that was redacted because it was a personnel record. He received it in his administrative complaint, or his administrative his administrative case discovery. He received it. It was 5 pages because of the format of it. It was blown up to be 5 different pages, but it was one document that he in fact had. And I think that he was confused when he presented his case to you about what he had and what he didn't have. The only thing that was redacted from him was the actual email that sent it to the department that had the whistleblower or the reporting party's email address that we would not disclose to him, the email address itself, which I believe is consistent with your order. Your order was to disclose the document absent any identifying information, and we did in fact do that. I think that the issue was just that what those pages were confused. So we would ask that you reconsider it on that basis, being that be the new information in the sense that I don't believe it was accurately described to the board what was being redacted.
Have you submitted that document as evidence?
I believe Mr. Chan did submit his entire file to you.
But now it's incumbent upon you to also provide it.
Right, but it has been provided to the commission already in the packet that he submitted to the department, to this body.
I understand that. But the point of the reconsideration is for you to make your presentation.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to know which document that was.
Okay.
And so,
Do we have the packet with us?
so that way everybody's clear, because lots of times these files get to be 50 to 100 pages.
Absolutely. We can do that for you.
This one's over 500.
Okay.
So in our response to the order of determination, I listed the page numbers in the PDF, and I tabbed them here for what was already provided to Mr. Chan. So I'm not sure how you want to review that.
Yeah, okay. So what this means is that everybody has to go back in time and find that document in order to be able to see it, so that they can read it and see it determine, on your behalf whether this is appropriate or not for reconsideration. So, how should we proceed with this?
So you're not able to tell us what page?
They can tell us what page, but it's not
Document
in.
was in your packet?
It's not in today's packet.
Oh, it's not
It was
today.
in the meeting that this happened in. So, do you have the document in hand?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you put it on the overhead? Can everybody turn on their monitors? Maybe we can.
Yeah, I've got it.
I know, but I think the time it would take for everybody to retrieve
I think they stopped it.
that old meeting, I think it will.
I mean, I can make a short link, real quick. It was April. It was
don't think
April 5th. Item 4, April 5th.
I have it. They're looking.
Yeah.
They're looking for it.
I mean,
Okay.
This is it.
I just want to.
What's that?
You want to do that?
That is.
Oh, good.
Okay, so all right, we're going to take a short recess. The administrator's going to make some copies for us because some of us may or may not have access to the internet to be able to find it. And make a few extra if people in the public. Okay, thank you.
That was pretty fast, I have to say. I signed up same by meeting, so. Yeah.
Don't discuss the case. Right.
Really wish the petitioner was here. I do, yeah. We shouldn't use that term. I think it's good confusion.
Haven't seen it yet.
Respondent.
I probably, I mean, if you
See, I'm more the same
look
position.
at my life and the years
I wish Larry Chan was here.
Okay, so it's at the top.
Yeah, I saw it last week. It was good.
So I'm just at the minutes of the April 5th meeting.
What else is up there?
When is outside land?
Hamilton?
August
Oh, yeah.
11th to 13th.
That's the package.
But I've seen,
I don't know.
Going?
Probably be in the agenda.
If I go, it'll be
you wanna
my
know what
nephew's
page the
band
packet
is
it was?
playing on Sundays.
I don't know the exact document.
But I
They
hate
know
the crowds.
it's
The
item number
I
crowds are just obscene nowadays.
What band is
If you go to the
Ninja
agenda.
Giant,
Are they from here?
L.A. Irvine, actually.
Yeah. Oh, maybe some kind of
Oh,
VIP thing,
yeah,
so
he
that you don't
might-
have to deal with the crowds
Yeah,
as much.
yeah. You know, if I decide to go, where are they playing at? Outside lanes.
Oh, are you an outside audience person?
No. No, my nephew's band is playing.
I'll
So.
probably
it's
check him
alright.
the second run.
Then you have to go.
No, I've seen him so many times, I don't have to go. Plus, I mean, he's,
Wait, what's your nephew's band?
Young the Giant.
a rock concert.
Yeah, it is a rock concert.
I've heard of that. I never heard of their music. I never actually heard their music,
Yeah.
but I've heard their name.
Super expensive. A bunch of people in our office dropped, I think, $400, $450 a piece. Wouldn't wait for it in line the first day it came out.
Roxy
Well,
instead
face
of in the
value
city.
is 500 for orchestra.
In Oakland? Not the Roxy, the Fox, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Which is a nice venue.
Yeah, I know the Roxy movie theater, but
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't,
no,
yeah.
yeah, no.
And there's
What page are you on?
of other cities.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, the
so-
Roxy, yeah, that's a common generic name for a music venue.
Yeah, I wonder what.
I think LA has one, so.
Yeah, I think Houston had.
Thank you.
The crowds are just too
Yeah,
nuts.
I think we were looking to Airbnb their place. It's like a lot of people rent out their leave town because it's so
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
You did it on this floor, didn't you? Did it on this floor. This, see? Those. Yeah.
The old Sunshine office used to be across the hall.
No, we're not there.
All right, shall we come back into order? Oh, hold on.
There's no cameras on.
Document before,
Yet he didn't know that it had already been provided to
Okay.
him.
okay. Anything else you need to present?
As far as new evidence, no.
Okay. Is anybody familiar from the case before whether these were, and forgive me, I'm asking a specific question, if this was the documents that Mr. Chan was actually asking about? We don't know. Okay.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, yes.
I mean,
Member
I don't
Canada.
have it up in front of me, but if Member Moss, if you have it up, if you have that documentation up, is this in it or is this all redacted? Because I remember there were 5 pages that were totally redacted. So my question is, was this supposed to be there, but it was redacted, the whole thing?
So this information, as we stated before, is part of a personnel file, which is exempt from disclosure. We will not disclose these records in a public records request. Mr. Chan was provided with these documents. He chose to submit them to you. He submitted an email to you saying that the purpose of him requesting these documents is to see who the person was who provided the information to the department. That's the sole purpose of his inquiry, which he states to the task force in his memorandum. So he tried to make a sunshine request for personnel files with the intent of finding out who submitted the information. We cannot release that. This is information that he chose to release to you. That's why you were able to have it. We still would not be able to release it under 832. So that's why we cannot release it in a public records request. It was provided to him. He has it. This is the information that he is seeking.
Yeah, I'm still confused. What was in our documentation was 5 blank pages.
Yes, because
So-
when it printed out in landscape instead of portrait. So the same information that's contained in those 3 pages caused there to be blank pages in between.
Okay, so
So is this
Member Josh Wolf.
the same thing as this?
Yes.
Okay. It's a blacked out.
There were 2 blank pages that had nothing on it that we took out when we handed to. That's why
Sure.
but yeah.
So, and this right here is that was provided to us is a post on the Central Station POA Info's Facebook page, correct?
Yes.
So if you go to the Central Station POA Facebook page and you, like, Central Station POA Info is a publicly facing Facebook
This
page?
was a private Facebook group that Sergeant Chan was a member of, and so there was another member who belonged to this Facebook group who took snapshots of it with his or her phone or somehow, and then sent it to us. So I don't think this is a public. I don't believe
It is
public
not.
Facebook group.
It's not
Okay.
a public page, and he stated in the last meeting that it's not a public page. It was a personal, private page.
Sure, I happen to have missed that meeting, so
Okay.
thank you.
And what he's requesting was the sender of that phone snapshot is what he wants.
Yes, sir.
Released.
Because it was forwarded to a member of the Internal Affairs Division
Okay,
in an email.
that's the crux of the matter then.
As a attachment.
Okay. Member testify, then Member Eldon.
So is this considered security procedures?
Could you clarify, sir, security procedure?
In the microphone, please, if you don't mind. We need it on the record.
Would you consider this document to be security procedures?
I'm not sure what you mean by security procedures.
It's a terminology that is throughout the packet used by your department. So maybe
Beverly, you can answer that.
Maybe
So he requested an entire day's email from an Internal Affairs investigator. He did not request this particular email. This is the email that he has a problem with. So within that entire day's email, there was redactions made pursuant to security procedures for crime bulletins and other investigative materials in the packet. So the redactions apply to that entire day's worth of
Okay.
emails.
So these are not security procedures, though.
That is
would not be
a
considered.
part of a personnel
Okay.
file.
Because when I was looking at the packet, it said, it asked what type of information had been redacted, and it said security procedures, investigative material, and information that would hinder ongoing investigations. And it doesn't say personnel. So that's why I'm trying to connect those 2 statements, what you've presented here and what was in the packet.
I'm not sure which packet you have in front of you. I know that when
This was
attended,
on the City and County of San Francisco Police Department headquarters letterhead, and there were a series of questions on February 7th, 2017. And the second question is, what type of information was redacted from the provided documents? And what was explained there by your department was information related to security procedures, investigative material, and information that would hinder ongoing investigations. The earlier presentation that we all just heard said that was personnel information. So those two things aren't matching up.
Well, as I said, it's an entire day's worth of emails. So within that entire day's worth of emails are like crime bulletins or ongoing criminal investigations, because he didn't ask for one email. He asked for an entire day's worth of email.
I understand that.
And
It's just
so-
that your explanation at one point for what was redacted was security procedures, investigative material, and information that would hinder ongoing investigations.
Yes, and those
now
items
you're saying personnel
were
records.
redacted. They are redacted. In his request, they were redacted, and they are still redacted.
Okay. To the
Okay,
chair
member-
and to the others, my preference would be to, if we do a rehearing on this, to do it, to calendar it for a different day and have Mr. Chan here, just because these are like factual discrepancies that I'm having a problem with, and I would like to have him present. The earlier presentation said personnel information. That is one type of thing. And in the statement that was sent to us answering questions that was written, from the department, it says something else. So,
Okay, Member Eldon?
I had a more detailed question, but I think after hearing... member testify, I think I'm...
Okay. I think one of the concerns I'm having is I'm looking at the April's meeting, I'm looking at this case, and I can't make heads or tails where this would exist in the compendium. I don't know, has anybody else
I have it.
know what,
Yeah.
what page was it on? I mean, I see a number of fully redacted
It's
pages.
between 70 and 62 or 63.
Okay. So those are 5 redacted pages, right?
Right. 2 of them are apparently blank pages that were blacked. So they went from completely nothing on them to completely covered in ink for
Got
some
it.
reason.
Okay, so to you folks, so 1, 2, 3 of these pages were redacted, and there were 2 pages that were blank that also ended up being blacked out.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the issues around that is if you got a blank page, it's blacked out, and there's no reason, there's no explanation why it's blacked out, because there are other pages in here that are white. That poses an issue. The question becomes, how do we know of the documents that are redacted on these pages that this was behind the redaction?
Well, you could swear me in to testify to it. I don't know how else I can prove it to you.
We don't have that authority, but
Well-
it just is kind of I think it's kind of where the rubber's going to meet the road, because we don't have the complainant here, so it's to kind of explain if this was in fact the document that he was looking for, that is the only thing that's not in the compendium. That would be unredacted. You follow me?
Right.
Okay. So everybody follow where I'm going with this? Okay. All right. Member Eldon.
Well, so earlier in our packet, this text was included, so we saw all this information.
But could you, the point is...
I
is
didn't
that-
know, I don't know. what
Right.
was
We don't know if this is the actual document that he's talking
But
about.
if the information he was trying to get specifically was the name of the anonymous sworn officer who submitted this, and they're saying they cannot provide that, isn't pages,
It's still better to hear from the complainant as to whether this is the information that he's talking. The fact that now this information is public outside of the department, he can confirm whether this is the actual document that he thinks is redacted, and then he can say, I have the information.
Well,
So-
maybe, but it's not like there's a redacted portion of this that we're looking at that would contain the information he's looking for. It's simply a screenshot. It's simply a large font screenshot of a Facebook post without the
Okay.
name of the person who submitted it.
Okay.
So it's impossible to derive that information.
Okay,
from this.
I'm just trying to bring as much clarification to this as possible so you guys can make a decision. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Okay, thank you. Members, what's your pleasure?
To the chair.
Member Moss.
So we didn't address the issue of the violation for failing to send somebody who's informed or knowledgeable enough, and they had asked us to reconsider that element because Lieutenant Whalen was late to the hearing.
Okay.
Just wanted to know, I mean, if we could discuss that for a little
Okay,
bit, and
sure.
what this committee has done in the past in situations where somebody has gotten a mix-up about the time.
Okay, Member Highland.
A question through the chair to our administrator. I assume you notified Mr. Chan of this meeting?
Yes, and he did inform me that he was unable to attend today.
Did he ask for any, like, recalendering or any...
He was aware that if we did open up for reconsideration, that it would be scheduled on a future date.
I'm sorry, say that again?
He was aware that if we made any decision to reopen the complaint, it would be rescheduled.
I
So he was
see.
aware it would be rescheduled as
Okay.
necessary.
Got it.
Okay, so Member Moss, would you like to lead the question?
I mean, I just wanted to know from people who've been on this task force longer than me, has this situation come up before and how has it been dealt with? Where a person who was required to come speak before us got the time mixed up and was therefore unable to attend. Because I think we did assign a violation for failure to send it to someone who is knowledgeable. And I think they're asking us, if I'm not mistaken, you're asking us to reconsider that as well?
I am. I did arrive, unfortunately, not in time for the hearing. There was a representative from our department who had appeared the previous week who was here in the police commission, and we were on record at that meeting saying that she would be here and that someone else is being heard prior. And so my understanding was that our hearing was during the time of the police commission because she wouldn't be able to attend. So that's why, but she was there also. I mean, and it was on record that she was going to be there. She could have appeared.
My understanding was that she stated at the complaint committee meeting that she would not be able to attend because of the police commission meeting and that you were going to attend.
Yes, but she was here in the building. If it was a problem of having a representative of the police department here or trying to,
I didn't expect her to
somebody-
appear. She told us she would not be there. That's why I thought you were going to be there.
And I was coming, and I did come.
Yeah.
So that's why I would like to get credit for showing up, because I did show up, and I said I would show up, and I tried to accommodate Mr. Chan because he said that the later date wouldn't work for him, and so we made an effort to get that date, and I said I would be here, and I was here.
Microphone. Well, the question becomes whether you feel that what they presented compels you to allow for the reconsideration. That's what is before you. So, if anybody is ready to, if there is a motion, people can make it freely, and a motion should be made whether to allow or deny. Either way.
And just to answer Member Moss's question, I do not believe this question has ever come up before regarding a reconsideration of a failure to appear.
Right. Like I said, it's a very unusual, even in all my years, going back to 2005, I don't think we've ever had a reconsideration. So this is my first one in all the years. So.
And through the chair, just to think through logically, like the order determination was X. What has since happened since we issued that? Has the police department released anything else? If we reconsider, is it going to prevent or delay the complainant from getting what he was after in the first place. That's partly what I'm concerned about too.
Well, they're contending that this information is already in the record presented by him, and that he didn't recognize that he had the actual document. It's already in our record, supposedly, of what Mr. Chan had submitted, and that they're claiming that there's no more information for them to provide.
Okay, and
because it would have been redacted.
Okay, and this hasn't hit compliance and amendments yet to register the fact that he has everything that he originally asked for.
No, I don't believe so. No,
It has not.
Okay.
I think again, though, without having Mr. Chan here, we can't get to the bottom of it, whatever direction we get to it.
Okay. Member Josh Wolf.
I'm curious. So, I wasn't at this meeting, and it sounds like the representative from the police arrived late, but ended up actually being there for a portion of the hearing. Is that correct?
The hearing had already happened, but she was here for
done
the
and over.
meeting.
Oh, so we concluded the item, and then the representative was there.
Yeah, she came after her item was over.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. What's your pleasure? Member Kanata, then Vice Chair Highland.
It seems to me that since Mr. Chan is not here, we have no idea if he agrees that this was what redacted and he shouldn't have had it, or that he should have had it.
I think the better question, though, I'm going to interrupt you because the question is the information, the new information that the police department is providing, is that enough for you to say, hey, maybe something got overlooked through our deliberations, and we want to reconsider our order of determination, our decision of that day?
Through the chair.
Vice Chair Highland.
Even with this, they're not releasing the original person that sent this in, which I think was really what Mr. Chan was after. So that threshold for me has not been met. I would move just to let this go to compliance and let the police department come forward and say at that point why they feel still that they're not going to comply with the order of termination, rather than having us reverse it at this point. I think we've gone through this correctly, and I think that's probably the logical process.
Okay, anybody else? Any other comments? Is there a motion?
Can I make one more?
Sure.
Because your order of determination was to not release any identifying information. So even with your order of determination, the identity of the person will not be, the order of determination said to redact personal identifying information. And at the time of the hearing, because this document is so voluminous, it was never emailed to me, so it wasn't until that hearing that I knew that you had all of this in your possession. I had stated on the February meeting that the documents had been provided to him, but I wasn't aware that you actually had the documents in your possession that were in question.
Okay, so I'm
Even
reading...
with the order of determination, he's not going to get what he wants.
I'm reading the order of determination, and, I mean, it's just says that it's, failed to send an authorized representative. That's the first thing. To explain the basis of its decision to withhold the requested records, and failing to keep withholding to a minimum, and failing to provide sufficient justification for redaction of public records.
Well, I listened to the tape about 2 hours before coming over here, and that was your statement, on the record, was that those were the redactions to be made to the item, or someone's statement, because I don't know who was speaking.
That the
Personal identifying information should be redacted.
redacted,
Yes.
right, but what about the rest of it?
That's what he has.
That's what you're saying this is?
Yes, sir.
This is from Facebook, though.
That's what the document was that was emailed to us in the 5 pages. 5 pages, and that has been given to him in his administrative case. The only thing that's been not given to him is the actual email that was blank, but for the attachment that had the reporting party's email address in it.
Okay. I think you can understand where we're having some difficulties here, because we're clearly not seeing a kind of a nexus. We can't determine that what you handed us is in fact what's underneath the redaction without getting some corroboration from Mr. Chan. So that's the question before us, and I'm posing it to the members here. If they feel compelled that this is substantial enough, then we should reconsider it. If not, then we should let it move forward. Member Josh Wolf.
So someone correct me if what I'm saying is, if I'm getting something wrong, because again, I wasn't at the meeting, but it sounds like the complainant and no police representative or a less informed police representative was here at the meeting.
Less informed. No, there was nobody from
nobody.
The police? Okay.
Okay. So in essence, this body ruled on this case with only one party there, and now the police are saying that we missed their side of the story, which we did because they weren't there. While it seems like tempting to hold them accountable for not being here when they were expected to be here, and maybe that should remain a violation, I think that what we stand to lose by not opening this up and allowing sort of the hearing process to continue is actually greater than what we potentially lose by allowing this hearing to move forward and have both sides of it. Because, at this point, we've had 2 hearings, and each of them we only had one side of it. Let's actually give this the due diligence of hearing both sides at the same time.
Let me just ask a quick question. This came before the complaints committee. Were both parties at the complaint committee?
At least one of the times, I believe.
Microphone.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Wayland can correct me, but I believe this came before us twice, and maybe on one occasion it was only Mr. Chan, but we have definitely spoken to Lieutenant Wayland at some point.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember both parties being present at least one meeting. I think it was only one, but both parties were present at least one meeting.
Okay. All right. So, again, to reiterate, because I'm trying to encourage you to make a motion one way or another so we can move the meeting along. The information that the police department has provided with regards to the missing documents was distributed. They're saying that this was already part of the public record, and they still stand by the redaction of this document is what they are withholding, in citing that it was part of an ongoing investigation. Oh, it's part of a personnel file.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Through the chair, one procedural question. If we do nothing today and this goes to compliance amendments, and at that hearing both parties are present, can we as a subcommittee send this back to the full task force for reconsideration?
Absolutely.
For redetermining that order?
Yes. If you as members want to reconsider any item that's within your purview. Okay. Absolutely. You just got to let Victor or I know that you want it. We'll get it on the agenda.
So why not let this go to compliance as scheduled? Let us deal with it in the subcommittee if we feel compelled to send it back for reconsideration.
So let's first dispense with the question on whether we're going to reconsider this or not.
So I vote to not reconsider it.
You're making a motion to deny reconsideration.
And let it continue with the regular process to...
Okay. We'll get to that part after. This is just simple. Are we going to reconsider it or not?
So motion to deny.
I'll second that.
So moved by Vice Chair Hyland, second by Member Hinsey. Any further discussion, members? public comment? Public comment?
It's a well-known fact that the Police Commission and the full task force meet on Wednesday at the same time, and this has been a constant issue. I myself have gone into the Police Commission when Ray Hartz would have hearings here. I would go in and get him so he could come over so his case could be heard. If I had not done that, they would have passed his case over also. So I think the fact that a lieutenant was not present in the room because she was in the police commission should be considered. It's a common problem, and she should not be held accountable personally for that.
Okay. Any other public comment? Seeing none, please call the roll.
On the motion to deny the request for reconsideration, Member Josh Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Copra, absent. Member Tesfa.
No.
Tesfa, no. Member Moss.
Can I pass and come back in a second?
Member Kanata.
Yes.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Member Eldon.
No.
Eldon, no. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Fisher.
No.
Fisher, no. Chair Wolf.
I could call last. Go back to the folks that passed. Did
We've
you
gone
did
through
already?
them all.
Okay.
Josh Wolf or someone.
No,
We've
it
gone
was
through all
Member
of them.
Moss and Member Fisher.
I don't think it matters either
Yeah.
way.
No.
The motion fails.
Okay. All right. So,
So is there a
Will-
motion to accept it?
yeah, this will be default to accept the reconsideration. Actually, we should have done it in a positive mode, and
Why
then
don't we do that? Why
want
don't we
to redo it?
take a vote to accept?
Okay. So let's shall we? Can we take it by acclamation that we're going to cancel out that motion and that vote? And then,
Why cancel it?
well, because it's the question would have been, let's see, the question was, shall we deny it? Okay, it failed. Okay, so that to me that means it automatically means that that the reconsideration, that everybody wants the reconsideration, right? The folks that voted no.
Right, but in terms of the actual, I don't know how the minutes would normally be notated, but canceling the...
Maybe we should list it as rescind the previous vote.
Let's rescind the previous vote, okay? Can we do that by acclamation? What we're going to do is we're going to actually reword it as to, are we going to allow for reconsideration? And then folks who vote no, this is an appropriate way to do it. Otherwise, there would be two motions on the floor. One,
Well,
for
no,
deny
the
it.
motion failed, so now why can't we just make a new motion to accept the request for reconsideration?
If you want to do that, fine. I was going to try to make it easier than that, but okay.
Point of clarification.
Go for it. Yeah.
Does the motion does a reconsideration have to specify which of the three violations we're actually reconsidering, or are we reconsidering all three? Because if we're able to reconsider 1, 2, 3, or any combination, then there should be a motion made affirmative for reconsideration.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Vice Chair Howland, but the intention of the motion was to deny the reconsideration so that the item would go back to compliance and amendments, and all those items can be dealt with, and then the committee could then send a recommendation back up what to reconsider and what not to reconsider, because there's an issue with the both parties not being here. So the question becomes, do you want to dispense with this at a regular task force meeting? because when it comes back for reconsideration, it'll come back to a Wednesday once a month, a full task force meeting to be dealt with, or do you want Compliance and Amendments Committee to deal with it in a little more flexible way? It's a choice.
Yeah, to answer your question, yeah, my intention was to keep this on track. It's on track to go to the subcommittee, Compliance and Amendments, and let that committee deal with it. That was the intent of the motion. That motion failed, I think.
All right, so let's just start over again. Can we rescind that motion by acclamation? Is there any objection?
The motion is in the record, and the motion failed. Why can't we just move on and have whatever motion?
You want to have another motion? Go for it. Somebody make it. Just move forward.
I make a motion to accept the request for reconsideration by the petitioner.
So moved by Member Wolf, second by Member Tesfaye. So
The petitioner wants us to hear it again, and we say yes, we hear it again, and we say no, we don't.
right. Any questions? Clarification?
Thank you.
Okay. Public comment on the motion. Seeing no public comment. Call the roll.
On the motion, Member Tesfaye.
Aye.
Tesfaye, aye. Member Moss.
I'm not held to. I'm allowed to vote differently, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Yes, then aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
I also.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
No.
Fisher, no.
It's okay. She's voting.
You know what I was voting for last time.
Please pay attention.
Oh my.
I mean, just move
Member
on.
Hinsey.
No.
Hinsey, no. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Chair Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. The motion passes. This matter will be rescheduled before the full task force. I will contact both parties to be sure that they could both attend the meeting, to ensure that they both attend.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate
Thank you for
it.
yours.
And for the exercise.
You're responsible for
I mean,
your own vote.
Okay.
Next on the
before,
agenda-
wait a second before you call. Folks.
Next on the agenda, item number 4, file number 17009, complaint filed by William Clark against Tom DeCagney and the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.5 and 67.7 by failing to comply with regulations for policy bodies and post agendas for a community work group of the Arts Commission. On April 18, 2017, the Education Outreach and Training Committee heard the matter and determined the task force has jurisdiction in the matter and referred the matter to the task force with recommendation.
Okay, the chair of VOT. Josh, present.
Oh.
We're going to, you first present motion
Sure.
for jurisdiction and that the information was public.
So I make a motion for jurisdiction?
You can make a presentation.
Just this is a new procedure in that we have I am talking to the microphone. Can the audience please allow me to speak? I believe the previous meeting of the task force made a motion to authorize the committees to make determinations of jurisdiction. And if the
Right.
committees make that motion to find jurisdiction, the full task force does not
Okay.
need to do so anymore.
Correct.
And
Okay.
we did find jurisdiction, as I recall.
Okay.
Yes.
And the information is public?
The
And the information is public?
and why I'm saying in the information?
No, okay. Never mind.
Chair, it's in the minutes on the SF.gov website. If you go all the way to committees and go to EOTC minutes, it's all right there.
Yeah, okay. I just for the record, in the public meeting, when cases that come through committee, the committee makes a presentation of what the case is. The first thing is whether to make a recommendation for jurisdiction or whether you did make jurisdiction, but jurisdiction is not enough. You have to determine whether the information that is being requested is public. That provides the compliance with 6721 and 6725 for the 45-day rule. You just have to determine whether the information is public or not. If it doesn't apply, then you can say it doesn't apply. So, but just that's part of the presentation from committee chairs when you're presenting.
Okay.
Okay, that's all. All right, so this item has been heard by EOTC. It has been determined that the task force has jurisdiction. Let's move to a presentation. Can you give a brief, or somebody from a committee?
Sure.
Presentation on this? We're going through a little bit of a new process here, so
sorry about that.
That's okay.
I wasn't realizing I was supposed to present on this. Is someone from my committee feel more? Member Fisher?
I'll do a
Member
sentence.
Fisher.
You do a sentence. This was the one where it was a working committee that is supposedly not a public committee, and the Clark brothers wanted it to be open and wanted to be able to go to it. I mean, I'm totally paraphrasing here, so you'll have your time to respond. But what I remember from it is being unhappy. There you are, Ms. Patterson. Being unhappy of the way they've set it up and not thinking that it's a really good idea. And you can look through the minutes, both Member Eldon and I agreed that there was no violation, that the way they set it up, even though we didn't like it, meets all criteria, and it is not a public meeting. So we voted that there was no violation, and I believe Chair of EOTC, Wolf, voted that it was. It was a 2-to-1 vote, if I'm looking at this right. Yes, we were the ayes, and you were the no.
Right. I mean, I wasn't so much voting that there was a violation as felt that with the information we had, it was hard for me as a committee member to determine that this, in fact, was legally appropriate to do it this way, and felt that if... Go ahead, Member Eldon.
And just to add on to what Member Wolf is saying, Subcommittee Chair Wolf, is my understanding from... Chair Wolf, is that our goal was to make a recommendation one way or the other to the full committee.
No, you don't. It's not a requirement that you make a recommendation to the full task force. The purpose of complaints being heard by committees is, one, to determine if information is public, if it's within the jurisdiction, that all the information is collected properly, that everybody understands what the case is, everybody agrees that what the case is, that you folks understand what the case is, so that way when we get to here, we don't have to spend a lot of time with a lot of background information. You can provide us with a short description of what it is. We can hear what the complainants have to say in their 3 minutes. It should be, and then you can actually help lead the case.
Sure.
So
I mean, go. I think that our entire committee agrees that the entire, whether there's a violation or not, rests on whether it's legitimate for the community working groups meetings to not be considered public meetings or not. And that is something that, if our city attorney has any thoughts on to weigh in, would be helpful as we move forward into this case.
Member Eldon.
My last thought was your first point in terms of should this have been considered public. That was what I was struggling with. It seemed like...
That only applies for documents.
Okay.
This is not about documents. So I just was asking generically.
Okay.
So that's
next
all.
time I'll...
Yeah.
That was the gist of my vote.
Okay.
Was if I had to decide, it was over 50% not clearly public.
Okay. Well, we'll
here we
get
are.
to whether the meeting is public or not. Okay, we'll get to that. Yes, Member Fisher.
I think this is another one of those things in the 5 years I've been doing this where something comes up as a sunshine, or is, brought up as a sunshine violation, which really isn't a sunshine violation, but maybe should be referred back to the organization or the department and whomever else to say, well, maybe this needs to be changed.
All right, so
maybe there's something in the setup that...
Let's get to that after we hear and get into the meat of all this. We can get into some of what the committee had discussed at that time.
But the summary of this is, I think this is going to fly right through us because it's, in my opinion, not really a sunshine violation.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you very much. All right, let's hear from the complainants.
Hello,
5 minutes.
members. First of all, I'd like to say that I do not feel I got a fair hearing at that committee. I was not given notice until 72 hours before the meeting that the meeting was going to take place. I was not allowed to present any documents as evidence before the meeting because of that. At the meeting, I was given 3 minutes to speak to present my whole case, and then given an additional meeting. Then the respondent responded, and I was not allowed to be given a rebuttal to the respondent's statement. So I just want to make you aware that I failed, that was an unfair hearing. Regarding this case is very simple. The Arts Commission created a community working group, which is an advisory committee. Now, what came out of the committee was to look at the definition of what a public policy body is, and I referred the committee to the definition in the Sunshine Ordinance itself, which says that policy body is any advisory committee that's created by a policy body. I believe you have it's 67.3D. But in it says any advisory committee, group, board, or anything that's created by a policy body is a policy body. And I'm stating that the community working group was created by the Arts Commission as a result of them making a determination that the present street arts program does not conform to their strategic plan goals for 2016 through 2019. As a result of that, they hired Kate Faust to do a feasibility study of how to change the program and make recommendations on how to change the program in order to conform with their new strategic plan. She was hired by the Arts Commission. You were given a timeline by the Arts Commission recently, but they conveniently left out of the timeline. And they say that the committee was formed as a result of just a committee meeting on February 18th. They failed to include in that timeline that a few weeks later the full Art Commission approved that work plan that was approved by the committee. They're claiming that the Art Commission never approved it. That was approved by resolution number 0307-16079, came out of the Street Arts Program Committee. It was a motion to approve the work plan and project scope statement relating to Case Faust evaluation and feasibility reports. So therefore, the work plan was approved by the full Arts Commission. The Arts Commission committee cannot put anything into effect unless a majority of the vote of the full Art Commission approves it. That's the city charter states that. I gave that as also as evidence. And what I'm saying here, what I'm saying is that by the definition of the Sunshine Ordinance, that this is an advisory committee that was created by a policy body, and you were supposed to get the city from the committee was supposed to get the city attorney's opinion relating to that position, and that's what I expected to hear. Now you can look at the section that defines what a policy body is, and that states exactly what I'm saying. So the only determination you have to make is this advisory committee called the Community Working Group, which was also supposed to contain members other than street artists, as was sent out by the Arts Commission, notifying us that other community members would be on this committee from time to time, depending on what they were going to talk about. And what I wanted to say is they passed a proposal, a policy to change the issuance of street artist certificates. They recommended a policy which was approved by which wasn't even approved at any public hearing. It didn't go to any committee, and that was a policy to change our expiration dates from the day you make a payment for your renewal for your certificate to the first day of the working of the fiscal quarter. They changed that policy. There was no public meeting on it, no nothing, and I'm saying that because it's a policy body, it violates this section of the Sunshine Ordinance, which says that any policy body must follow the Brown Act. I believe that's section 67.5. So that's...
Thank you. Any persons or witnesses on behalf of the complainant providing additional facts or evidence?
Yeah, because our commission is coming in here and saying this was created, this working group was created as a result of a committee meeting and as a result of one statement made by Ms. Schuyler. Well, Ms. Schuyler does not have the authority to create the working group. It was initiated by the full R Commission at the date my brother just stated, and what happened is they're standing saying, well, we don't create policy. We don't create policy. We're just advising them. We're not doing the actual creation of the policy. Well, that's not what a policy body is. And it's an advisory body that suggests things to the full R Commission, and the R Commission goes on it. And in fact, the R Commission did go on it, because right after they had this first working group, it was 2 months later that all of a sudden we got an email from the Art Commission saying that our dates of our expiration dates are now being realigned to the fiscal year, which it totally contradicts with the ballot measure that was passed by the voters of San Francisco on November 5th, 1975, known as Proposition L. They illegally had the effect of amending the proposition, and there was no meeting between the date of that community working group. The next month, that community working group met on May 9th. On May 11th, the Street Arts Committee met, and the only thing that was stated about that new rule change was that it was discussed at the meeting. There was no agenda item at that Street Arts Committee meeting say that they were going to pass that rule, and in effect, on 2 months later, on July 19th, without being in front of the Board of Supervisors, without having any meeting scheduled where we could come in there and talk about it, they put it into effect. And we're saying that this is a policy body because it is an advisory group. It advises the full Art Commission, and in effect, they are taking their advice and not even going to the full Art Commission. They're just implementing it.
Are there any other persons providing any facts or evidence on behalf of the complainants?
Hello.
Monitors, please.
Hi, my name is Mike Adario. I'm a street artist, and I was the past chairperson of the Street Artist Liaison Committee. This community working group, it was closed-door secret meetings. They had a secret agenda, no list of attendees, no list of who voted for or against the item, no verbatim minutes, no draft minutes that were approved for accuracy, prohibited other artists from attending and the public from attending. And also the moderator ordered one street artist to cease recording and destroy the recording that she was doing. The agendas and minutes were only distributed to the meeting participants, and we only got them later when we asked them under a Sunshine Ordinance request. You can see here on this email, says that the community working group is not a policy body, and we will not follow the regulations of public meetings. Now, what they put into effect was very damaging to the street artists. They said if an artist misses the deadline on renewal, he or she will be charged for the entire quarter and cannot sell for the days that they do not have a license. This was devastating to our membership. We lost about 100 members. I also want you to see, this is a list of the licensing in San Francisco, all different licensing, and you can see we're at the top. We're more than a license, more than a doctor, more than a lawyer. All these licenses, and it's the only license that the Arts Commission does. Actually, this is last year, so it went up to over $760. And the Street Artists Guild, before we went with the Arts Commission, always had verbatim minutes. I want to show you one. I think you find this interesting. When they were talking about who should meet with Mayor Alioto, William Clark and Warren Garrick were the co-founders of the Street Artists Guild. And in that, they wanted to know who should go there. And Bill Clark moved that the meeting pick a third member and that be a woman. Now, this was 46 years ago. You can see the minutes. You can see who they added, who voted for it. And this is a historic account of what happened. The Arts Commission doesn't want to abide by this. This is the way the street artists should work. We should have a historic account of how our program is running and the direction that it's in. Thank you.
Are there any other persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant?
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Kathleen.
Can you pull the microphone closer to you?
Excuse me.
Thank you.
My name is Kathleen Hallinan. I believe you do have my letter. I forwarded a letter by request of the Clark brothers. So given that the incident that's being referred to in these meetings involves me, I wanted to be here to personally testify. Well, it wasn't Miss Ann who told me to destroy the recording, and I wasn't trying to secretly...
I'm sorry, are you speaking on behalf of the commission or on behalf of the complainant?
Well, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but also...
I'm sorry, can you stop the clock? I just want to clarify because this is the time where it's, kind of, there are two sides, two parties. So I want to make sure you're on the right, because otherwise we're hearing it from the complainant side. So are you advocating on behalf of the complainant? Yes or no?
Well, can I also speak on public testimony, or is this just no?
This will be it, because now you have made yourself party to the case by providing facts and evidence. That's our rules.
Okay, so I'll continue.
Okay, thank you. Please start the clock. Yeah. Go ahead, continue.
Okay, so basically, I am basically my letter speaks for itself. I wanted to be clear as far as the presentation was concerned. I wanted to be clear as to how things had progressed at that meeting. So I am here as the physical person behind the letter. I'll leave it at that. I do welcome the working group. So the tape recording, so it's written in the letter, but okay. So because I had attended another important meeting that the Art Commission had arranged, which was a focus group, at that time there was no taping, and so it was just the minutes. And so this time, because I do welcome the working group and the interaction between the Art Commission and the street artists, I do very much welcome it. And by the way, I've had my license since 1974. And I do welcome the interaction, because it seems like apart from this, we don't have much interaction with the commissioners. So this I applauded. But I went to the meeting and started to tape it. The meeting progressed. I wasn't sure which direction we were going to. I did write this out in my letter. I think it stands on its own. And then by the second meeting, I said, I'm taping. So then at that point, Miss Ann did tell me to stop taping. And another member of the working group did say to me, I don't want to be recorded, and I want you to destroy it in front of me. So I kind of was in a position where I didn't want to take away from the working group. I didn't know what the rights were, but I did delete the recordings, and I did stop, and I was told by the Art Commission representative who was chairing that there was to be no recordings made, so I respected that and I didn't continue. That's the narrative.
Okay.
All right, thank
we
you.
may ask you questions later. Please stick around. Thank you. Are there any other persons provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant?
This is a deliberate move on the part of the Arts Commission. It was Anne Dalshay, who, on her own, acting as a city employee, who decided to set up this focus group. There is precedent. There's the Bayview Hunters Point Arts Council versus the City and County of San Francisco, appellate case A146220, which is the exact same thing. Judy Nemzoff created a type of focus group for a community arts grants council on her own. Didn't notice the other applicants of any public meetings, and granted a substantial amount of money, I believe it was $5 million, on her own without any authority to do so. The opinion is still pending. It hasn't issued yet, but Justice Klein of Division 2 is not stupid. He understands that this was done deliberately. It was not done through any resolution or motion or going through the full commission. This was done as an individual acting on their own, who really wasn't an agent of the Arts Commission, who's paid as a city employee. This is the same case here. These people are deliberately duped because Anne Dalshay and Kate Faust have a consulting group. They have a side business on their own, which is very similar to this. And it's a repetitive thing that the Arts Commission does. I think they're well aware of the laws, and they choose to find loopholes in them.
Are there any other persons providing facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Seeing none, respondent, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Kate Patterson, Director of Communications for the San Francisco Arts Commission. I just want to point out that I am joined today by our CFO, Rebecca Krell. I apologize. There were a lot of details in the last meeting that I did not have answers to, but we put together this timeline, which I hope answered some of those questions. And anything that was not addressed in here, Rebecca can most likely fill in. But essentially, I think that the main points are that the Arts Commission did approve a plan, and as part of that plan, there was a recommendation to create a working group comprised of members in the program to act as a sort of focus group for ideas that were in response to some of the suggestions made by the plan or any other issue or challenge the program may face that needed to be resolved. It is a way for staff to have a touchstone with a diverse group of people in the program to workshop ideas. There were never any votes, and all of the ideas generated in this group were then further discussed at the staff level, who then made a determination as to whether or not those ideas were fodder for policy changes or any kind of thing that would then move to the commission level for discussion in a public forum and then for ratification. So really, as far as our understanding of what a policy body is, again, this was, we believe this was not a policy body. And again, they did not recommend policy. Staff made those recommendations to the commission, who is charged with making those decisions. We did cast a wide net to gauge interest in the street artist community to see who might want to be a part of this focus group, so to speak, or working group, and we then, evaluated the respondents to compose a group that was both diverse in every possible way that the group could be diverse, including in types of art that was created, so that we felt like, for all the reasons why it was important to have a diverse group of people and ideas. Regarding the recording, I think that's been very grossly misrepresented. The reason why we asked that there be no recording, because we really envisioned this as a place where people can be candid about their concerns about the program. And if people are being recorded, that makes the concern was that people would feel less free to speak their mind. And so in order to create sort of an open and safe environment, we ask that no recording take place. So I imagine you'll have a lot of questions based on the timeline information that we provided. I acknowledge that we did omitted the date where the full Arts Commission ratified the recommendation by the Street Artists Committee. And again, Rebecca is here to help answer any questions you might have.
Are there any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent?
Hi, good afternoon, members of the Sunshine Task Force. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today representing the Arts Commission. I guess I would just like to add to the documents that were submitted to you. I think it might be helpful to let you know, I don't know how much you know about the way the program is managed and organized and the oversight of the program, but there are currently 3 policy bodies that have oversight functions directly regarding this street artist program, which is one program of many that the Arts Commission runs. Actually, it's smallest program. And the 3 bodies are the Advisory Committee of Crafts Examiners, and that's a mayoral appointed body established in the ordinance that governs the program. And then there is a committee of the Street Artist Program, and that was created by the full commission. And it's a subset of commissioners. And then, of course, there's the full commission. All committee business ultimately goes to the full commission for full commission review and approval or vote. And in addition, we have several other committees of the commission. So occasionally, because of time constraints or time-sensitive issues, program issues might go to the executive committee or another committee of the Arts Commission. So we feel because we do have several functioning policy bodies that meet on a regular basis, that are publicly noticed meetings, that are fully administratively staffed, and so on, there's not really a need for us to create an additional body. And so this was really just, we're very keen to improve the program and to have the program serve the artists and serve the community in the best way possible, and we're interested in implementing improvements that will make the program more efficient, more effective, and more equitable, so that we can best serve the public and best serve the artists' constituents. And so this is really an effort to work in conjunction with the artists to do that, to get their support and their buy-in and their feedback, and ensure we're doing the best work for them that we possibly can. So thank you, and I'll do my best to answer any questions you have.
Very good. Thank you very much. You can have a seat.
Okay, thank you.
Any other persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent?
Hello. My name is Abby Ellis. I am 75 years old and have been a member of the Street Artist Program, a grateful member since the very beginning, when my child, who is now 53 going on 54, was, I believe, around 10 or 11. For the record, I think the Sunshine Ordinance is a very good thing, and thank you for having it. Though it is bulky and expensive to implement and probably needs to be redesigned to some extent, the creative, intimate brainstorming in a small focus group such as ours, which does not have any authority to implement its own suggestions, but is just putting out feedback based on personal experience, into an idea pool should not be impaired or completely stunted by overzealous application of restrictions that probably do not even apply to this kind of venue. And also, city workers should not be overburdened by having to spend large amounts of their working time providing a superfluity of documents to a small handful of people whose intent is not always, but sometimes may be, to disrupt and spoil. These kind of distortions of function and purpose are distinctly harmful to the public interest. And again, I think the Sunshine Ordinance is a very good thing, and my intent is not to undermine it. Secondly, the tape recording incident, I just would like to humbly share that some of us street artists, very sensitive, super sensitive, creative people, and we may have kind of intense minds, tend to distorting what happened and what happens in certain situations. This is my very clear as a bell memory of the recording incident of which I was a party to, because I am the one who objected to being recorded. Though recording of this small focus group may be counterproductive to intimate sharing, I have no personal problem with being recorded at such a meeting if it is deemed necessary, as long as I am informed ahead of time that I am being recorded. What I objected to at that time is that I was being recorded without being told ahead of time that I was being recorded. And at that one meeting, I was sharing very deep feelings and personal information about myself that I would not have shared in the same way had I been told ahead of time that I was being recorded. So when I found out, I asked the person to please turn the recording off. Whatever. Okay. The last thing I'd like to do is to make some comments, give some of my opinions to what the two opponents commented. Oh dear, it's over already? The first person talked a really long time. Ray, the setup of this group, what he said about the setup of this group.
Finish your last thought.
I think it is mixing apples with oranges. I think that they're two separate issues, and the first apples one might be difficult to address. I don't think it can be addressed through criticizing this particular focus group. Thank you.
Thank you. Are any other persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none. Members? Now, I just want to, you may want to review some of the questions at the bottom of our legal counsel, DCA Cola's memorandum. I think that could help guide you in this discussion.
I mean, I'm happy to read off the questions on here. Ms. Patterson, could you? I think the first few questions I have are for you. Can you explain how the community working group was formed?
Sure. I might actually defer to Rebecca, and I will probably tag team on these.
Sure.
And we did include this in the timeline. So again, there was a recommendation in the report that Kate Faust compiled to create a working group like this. But then again, it was up to the staff to determine which components of that report the staff wanted to implement and could conceivably sustain given our limited capacity, and so in the timeline we talk about how we communicated with the street artists about the committee. Do you want me to go into that, or did that answer your question?
Do you know what page the timeline is on?
Sure. Yeah. We can't find the timeline.
Yeah. Where do you know?
Oh, I forwarded it to Victor.
Can you tell us what it looks like?
Sure, I can show you.
Or through the chair, can we find out what page it is in our packet?
Right, that's where.
Or you can perhaps post it on the overhead if you have it handy.
Here you go. Sorry, I did. This was forwarded.
Oh, I don't.
All right.
Okay, do you want me to just...
One moment. Let us see if we can track it down here. There are a lot of documents in this.
We don't seem to have it in our packet, so we're trying to figure that out.
Or it's in our packet, we're trying to find it.
Yeah. Thank you.
I just printed my own copy, so I'm not referring to it in the packet. I apologize if that's, but.
Can you move the document down a little
Sure.
bit so I can see the top?
Yeah.
No, the other way.
Oh.
The other down.
There you go. Working group timeline.
I'm happy to read it too.
No, I appreciate that, but so I'm looking on page 57, and I see a PDF attachment. So you're talking about page 88, page 128, 129, 128.
Member Eldon, when you say 128, it says at the bottom of the page it says P128.
That's not all of it.
I don't have that at all. I've got.
Sorry, you have to scroll up. I'm just doing a keyword search.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Wait, where are you? I mean, the one that you're on 128, it's like marked up.
Yeah.
And that's an urban market. Yeah, I don't. I feel like I can reasonably say I have not.
Yeah,
seen this
it's
document.
not in our packet.
Oh, okay, I don't know how that happened. But however you want to do this, I'm happy to read through it. It's not that lengthy.
Well, Member Moss, you're leading this question. What information do you need?
I feel like if this has not been presented to the task force, then we have what seems like a
due process issue.
Yeah, it seems unfair to me that we're only looking at this respondent's documentation of their argument like on the fly here.
So on page P57 is an email between Victor and William J. Clark asking for the working group timeline PDF to be pasted into the body and sent to him. And then that's what he is marking up. It looks like there's communication about the PDF, so you might need to track that down. But that's... And then on page P57, there's more discussion about the PDF that we're trying to look at. So,
well,
one of you guys need to.
Up to your call. Obviously, you will.
Let us.
Okay, it won't be long to just give you the high
I
points.
understand that, but
Okay.
I appreciate your motivation. We have process we have to deal with, and we have to make sure it's fair to all parties. Because all documents that are being presented,
Of course, I understand.
we don't like documents popping up in the middle of a meeting
course.
that we've never seen before. So, how would you like to dispense with this, Member Moss?
I'm not really quite sure what our procedural options are here.
We can continue it.
I'm inclined to continue. That's my inclination here.
Member Josh Wolf.
Can we hear from Victor about what may have happened with this document?
Most likely, I didn't notice there was an attachment. I did not print it out.
Okay. Was there any awareness of this in your committee meeting?
This PDF, I don't think had been created at the point that we had our committee meeting.
It was created in response to your questions at the committee meeting.
Ah, I see. Okay. All right. What's your pleasure?
I guess I'll move to continue this to such time that we have this document in the record and can consider it for a hearing.
Okay. The motion is to continue. Is there a second?
I have one comment on that motion. I feel
Point of order.
Point of order. Why did the committee send this to the full task force without having all of the facts in order?
No,
Like,
they
why
were
did they
they were providing this particular document after the committee meeting. It was requested by the committee. Is that correct?
Well, I haven't seen the PDF, so I can't speak to it, but there were several unanswered questions that the representative from the Arts Commission wasn't able to answer and said that they would prepare for us for when it appears in front of the full task force. The reason that the motion went the way that it did with the task force was that, or with the committee, was that my colleagues on the committee felt some level of confidence that the nature of the working group separated it from I'll let Member Eldon.
Yeah, I thought I had to. I misunderstood the directions. I thought I had to come down with a yes or no before it went to the task force, and yeah, some level of confidence.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Unless this is clarifying questions, let's move. Let's get a second. If there's no second, then the motion will die.
Could I clarify my motion?
Sure.
Okay. So I just want to express why I'm making this motion is that I do understand that for the complainant this is going to drag out the process a bit, but I think that it's both unfair to the respondent that we weren't able to consider their document at this point, and I think it's unfair to the complainant that they're going to be asked to respond on the fly to a document that they may not have seen or we may not have seen. So that's my motion to consider.
And I think, as Member Eldon noted on page 57, the complainants actually requested this document from the task force, and it was not received. So
yes,
you did.
The complainant did state that they couldn't open the PDF.
Right.
I did open it, put it into an email, and send it to the complainant.
Oh, you did, and that's not part of this record?
He asked me to paste it and resend it to him, so I did not put that in part of this record.
Okay. All right. So motion on the floor. Is there? You have a clarifying question?
Clarifying question.
Vice Chair Hyland.
I think it might be worth asking the complainant if they're comfortable proceeding, number one. And secondly, to the rest of the task force, I think this is interesting, but the real crux of the matter really is the working group qualify as a public body that we're going to rule on.
That's not clarifying of the motion that's on the floor. If you have a question for Member Moss on his motion, that's I want to dispense with the motion on the floor first before we move ahead with any other questions. There's a clarifying question.
It's
on the motion that Member
It's about
Moss
the
made.
motion, which is that does it make sense to retract that motion for now until we address whether there's any other legal issues that we need the city attorney to research before we move forward with the motion to recess?
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. There is no second. I'm not going to take that. That is a good question to ask Member Moss. Member Moss, what do you?
Could you repeat it? Sorry, I was.
He wants you to. He wants you to
temporarily withdraw the motion to see if there's any questions for our city attorney representative that he needs to research before reinstating the motion, so that we don't potentially drag this out any longer than necessary.
That's a bit difficult. So I mean, I will have the opportunity to make the motion again.
You can make a motion at any time through the proceeding from this point. Well, at least through after rebuttal.
So,
if you want to, the point here I want to do here, you have a motion on the floor. I need to ask for a second. If there's no second, then the motion dies. Okay, we can ask at the. I appreciate your assertion. I think that was good, but I think let's move the case along, or let's continue it. So I'm going to ask for, is there a second to Member Moss's motion? Okay, seeing no motion, that motion dies. You can bring that motion up again after rebuttals at this point, but let's move ahead.
So, I mean, can we see this document? Can we have at least a printout if we're going to continue? Because you've asked me to pose these questions, and I'm trying to get answers for them, but I'm looking at there's a document that exists that will answer many of these questions that is currently on a overhead, but it would be useful to actually have it.
Okay. Everybody else feel the same way?
I believe it's only 4 pages long. Is that accurate?
Yes, it's only 4 pages long. And if I may, we created this document. So again, it's a timeline. So I think I can address the questions verbally.
Okay, I need to ask the complainant, Mr. Clark. Have you received this document?
I received the working time.
You have?
Yes,
And
I
you're
have.
familiar with it?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you okay if we proceed without the task force having it? And having Ms. Patterson present it to us in real time?
Well, I don't mind. I would like you to just realize that I would like to point out that something is missing in it. That's
Okay,
all.
we'll get to that point. I will just extend this to you, Member Moss. If you find that at some point that the presentation by Ms. Patterson is not sufficient and that you actually need the document, please do make your motion again. And I think everybody should consider that.
Okay. All right. So walk us through the timeline.
All right. Okay.
Put it back up on the overhead.
Okay. I have really bad eyes, so I kind of need it close. So, but then I will try. I will put it there, but I have to read it first. Sorry. Okay. So basically, it says on February 18th, 2016, the work plan and project scope for modernizing the street artist licensing program, which was the name of the report that this contractor Kate Faust created, was presented for public comment and committee approval at the Street Artist Committee meeting. An excerpt from the minutes is provided below. And it basically, here, I'll show you this. Here's the excerpt from the minutes. I don't know if you can see that. But basically it says, here's the motion here. Deputy Director Krell thanked Commissioner staff artists for attending the meeting and giving public comment. She said that there have been 2 meetings so far focusing on Kate Faust's evaluation and recommendations. At this meeting, she said the work plan is being introduced for approval to start implementing pieces of the recommendations made in the report. She said that On Tangdao Shah is continuing the work that Kate Faust started, and that today is a chance for commissioners and public to review and give feedback about the work plan. She said it's important to look holistically at what is wanted, and then the implementation will be piece by piece. On Tangdao Shah said that it is extremely encouraging to see many of the artists at the meeting because the basis of the project is collaboration between the Arts SFAC staff and the artists. She said that it won't succeed without it. She said that she hopes to give artists more information about what the agency is trying to do. She said that she has been helping Kate Faust in the focus group. She said that the theme of her work has been to help the Arts Commission with several programs and how to serve the community better. On Tangdao Shah explained the project scope and said that the aim is to bring Kate Faust's 2 projects together. She said the project scope explains the recommendations that the commissioners and the artists can implement together to improve the program administratively with maximum impact. She said,
Sorry, can I stop you right there? I'm confused here. So did this working group exist before this vote was taken?
No, it did not.
So if this vote had not been taken, would a working group exist?
Possibly.
Possibly. How would that have happened?
Because the staff can decide to convene a focus group whenever it wants.
But this vote was, yes, you can go ahead and do this.
No, this vote was, this is a plan. We approve this plan as a framework for the work that you want to do with the Street Arts program. Go ahead.
Sorry. So staff is choosing to convene artists because staff believes that in order for work to be successful, it needs to be collaborative. So that's an administrative decision that staff made.
Had the commission looked at the plan and said, we're approving everything but this working group approval, would staff gone ahead and had the working group anyways?
Yeah, staff doesn't require approval from the commission to convene a working group. The working group is really irrelevant for those intents and purposes. The strategic plan, of course, was approved by the full commission. The program evaluation was something staff underwent on their own.
But, I mean, regardless of whether they have that ability or not, it was put before the commission for approval.
I actually don't know if it was part of the plan or not.
If it was part of the plan? Yeah, it was. It was included as a suggestion in the plan.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to get at is not whether the staff has the ability to do it on its own or not, but whether there was an actual vote that approved this, and if I'm very curious that if the commission said, no, we hate the idea of a working group, we're going to vote no on that, because now that you've put it in front of us, would staff been able to have gone against the committee's vote?
But let me be clear: the commission approved the plan that had a suggestion to do this. They include the overall plan. They weren't voting on just this one aspect of the plans. I think that you can't hold this one component of the plan up as being the primary focal point of what was a much larger recommended strategy.
Was the person convening this working group under the assumption that they had the approval of the commission?
I defer to Rebecca. Well, like I said, they approved the framework for a process, right? But like I said before, it was incumbent upon the staff to evaluate whether or not we had the resources, human resources, to proceed with certain components of the plan. And so it was decided that on an administrative level by staff that we should proceed with this one aspect of the plan.
I have a question. Is what you're presenting here in front of us, this timeline, was what was presented to the commission and approved by the commission?
I'm sorry, what was? I'm sorry?
Was this timeline presented to the commission and approved by the commission?
This timeline that I'm presenting right now is basically captures all of the actionable things that we undertook after this moment with regard to this working group. So that is the issue right now.
What Member Moss is trying to ascertain, and I think the rest of us would be interested, is how this working group got created. And it's very important because the Sunshine Ordinance is very specific on two different kinds of meetings and their membership. And that is what we have to ascertain first.
So in your packet, you have the PowerPoint presentation that was presented at the meeting. That is Kate Faust's recommendations for ways in which the Arts Commission might undertake.
Is this called Revitalization Urban Arts Market?
Yeah.
Revitalizing an Urban Arts Market.
Yeah.
So page P86 of our packet.
So in the timeline, this is what they're looking at. This is what they're approving.
Okay, just a moment. There's no narrative to this?
That's what I'm saying. Okay. Yeah.
Ms. Patterson?
I'm sorry?
There's no narrative to this presentation?
It was verbal. It was verbal. So.
Is that common for you folks to make presentations of official programs without narrative or specifics about? I'm just asking a question.
The written part starts at P108.
Okay, got it. Thank you. So yes, you have a full narrative here. Okay, thank you.
I just want to say that, we're working under the assumption that what we did was not a policy body, but if it is, we want to comply. So I just don't want you to feel like we're being combative, but we're understanding that it's within our purview as staff to convene a group of constituents to get feedback on our programs without having to post agenda, without having to go through that process.
Okay.
I mean, as I understand it, there's still limitations on that. I mean, if it's created by the head of the department or, that's not the question. The question is whether it was, the language for a policy body is any advisory board, commission, committee, or body created by the initiative of a policy body. So if the policy body had asked for this recommendations and then had voted to approve the recommendations, But
it could also have been included in the program proposal, and by approving the entire plan, which includes one or more certain kinds of advisory bodies, that would be tantamount to the same action.
Could we ask the city attorney's view on that? I mean, if it's sort of a stamp on a giant document.
Through the chair, Member Eldon, you have the floor.
Does the city attorney have a view on whether a focus group or advisory committee like this approved as part of a larger package would fall under the Sunshine Ordinance guidelines in this case?
As a policy body?
Yeah. I mean, so if you have a 100-page document or whatever this was, and you have a lot of different things that all are falling under a single vote for approval or not, and one of them is the possibility of creating a focus group, would that then be considered under the initiative of the policy body?
I would ask both parties to this case questions that I put in my memo on page 48. And then see if it fits. Is
that P48 or
page 48 of your packet?
P48, yes.
I'm happy to continue asking the questions on here.
I just want everybody to be aware of the left justified paragraph that's up on your screen right now, and look at the last sentence.
What?
Which one?
They're all left
the Commissioner Sklar emphasized.
The leftmost justified. It says, we believe the working group is a passive, quote unquote, passive meeting body and falls under definition listed below, which is quoted from the Sunshine Ordinance, as the final approval for its initiation was done by Rebecca Krell, Deputy Director of San Francisco Arts Commission. If that's helpful. That's an admission on their part.
This is one of the things that makes it difficult is trying to read this on the fly, and I'm glad you pointed that out.
But they're by virtue of presenting this part of their testimony. It's on the record. Vice Chair Hyland and Member Kanata.
So the two questions that the DCA COLA is pointing us towards is it an active body or a passive meeting body? It looks like the respondents is already stating in writing here that they feel that this is a passive meeting body. And I think that'll help us move this along.
Right. So, I mean, if they're saying that, then we have to look at 67.4, right?
Right.
Through the chair?
Yes.
If they're acknowledging in writing that they're a passive meeting body, then, look under 67.4 and see if they fulfilled the requirements of a passive meeting body. That's on page 52 of your packet.
Yeah, and 674A, they've already failed in that, according to the complainant. So there's one violation.
Okay, yeah, Member Kanata, go ahead.
Yeah, and my question to the respondents. Sure. Ms. Patterson, you had mentioned in your 5 minutes that there are other policy bodies that were created by the commission that do have regularly scheduled meetings open to the public. Is that correct?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You said that. So is there any difference in how those bodies were created and how this body was created?
Yes, thanks for the question. So those are formal policy bodies made up of mayoral appointees that have minutes, and their meetings are recorded and their meetings are posted. And we have several of them at the Arts Commission. So there are a lot of opportunities regularly throughout the month for the public to come and testify on Arts Commission business. So this is a very different type of initiative.
You mentioned mayoral appointed ones, but I believe you also mentioned other ones that were created by the commission that also have meetings.
So the one created by the commission is a committee, and it is made up of commissioners only, and they are all mayoral appointees.
But the commission created it, just like the commission created this one. Approved this one.
Approved this one.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just saying they have ad hoc committees that they, like we have ad hoc, same kind of thing. Right. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so so with that, by your own admission that it's a passive meeting body, I'm seeing it as a passive meeting body because it was part of a program that was as an initiative created by the commission itself. Okay, I think then we have to look at, as our legal counsel pointed to us, whether the provisions of 67.4 were followed, and that will help determine whether what our decision, our determination will be. Okay. Any other questions for the respondents?
I mean, there were other questions on here. I'm kind of thrown for a loop now. So I'm trying to figure out what we actually still need to do because, so the other question that we had recommended from DCA COLA is, can you describe the process for selecting volunteers for the community working group?
So we sent out an email to all license holders, and we sent an email. And for those who don't have email, we sent a hard copy, basically saying that we were putting together this this working group, and if you're interested in participating, please let us know. That was on March 11th, 2016, and then on March 21st, we updated the artists on the current responses and sent out an extension to encourage more artists from specified locations to respond. So we had a follow-up. On April 25th, 2016, Dr. Antang Dao Shah reviewed the interested artists and created an overview of responses for data analysis, sort of, again, trying to come up with a nimble group that was diverse, that could provide us feedback that represented the broad community. Then on April 29th, artists were informed of the final makeup of the working group.
So how were those selected, just one more time?
Did an evaluation of what the kind of work they created.
Like who had the final sign off on who would be on this work group or not?
Was it on? I believe it was on, yes.
Okay. I think that answers my question on that. And then the only other thing on here is that if you're saying this is a passive policy body, then everything that we've heard about people not being allowed access to this meeting or people being asked to turn off their cameras during it, I mean, are those problems now in retrospect that should have been addressed?
Yes, I suppose so. I think we were working, our view was that this was like a small focus group of people in our program, and not, a wide open forum, because we have 3 other opportunities for the constituents in the program to opine on policy suggestions and decisions. So, yeah.
Okay.
And like I said, we want to be compliant, so I'm not trying to be combative. I'm just explaining where we were coming from.
Great. And then I guess we have the complainant can return up here. And then I think the question we had, there's a question that we were posed to ask you, but I wanted to ask what your view is on whether this body is a policy body or a passive body.
Well, I believe it's a policy body, not a passive meeting body, because as I stated, the working plan, which includes the creation of the community working group, which includes street artists and other community members to make recommendations to the Full Arts Commission on how to change the program, was approved and passed by the Full Arts Commission on March 7th.
So just to clarify, to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Right.
So if we're looking at the 2 differences here, the Arts Commission that believes that since it was created by the deputy director, I can't remember the title off the top of my head, that they believe that makes it a passive policy body. And you're saying that because it was part of a plan that was voted on by the Arts Commission, that's what makes it an actual non-passive active policy body.
Yeah, because it wouldn't, like you said, it wouldn't come into being until after it was approved by the Full Arts Commission, because the charter requires them to make a majority, just like you had your problem in the past. They require a majority members of the Full Arts Commission, the policy body, to vote on any matter before it goes into effect. And their staff does not have the authority to implement these changes and to form this.
Well, that
answers my question.
Yeah, okay. So I just want to follow up a little bit. I mean, it doesn't seem like the charge of this group or this gathering was to make policy, or necessarily to advise on policy. It was seems like from the write-up that I've read through, that it was meant to provide information about the program itself that was presented.
Well, that's a misunderstanding you have. What this group was formed to do was to take the recommendations that Kate Faust included in her feasibility study and her report, the recommendations, the changes that she recommended to the Arts Commission, to be sent over to this working group to discuss and to tell the Arts Commission how to implement those changes. This wasn't a committee that was just going to sit around and talk about things that they wanted to talk about. They were specifically charged with those recommendations that were, which you don't have a copy of, you just have that other thing. Kate Faust also did a feasibility study which told the Arts Commission what changes they need to make to the program to bring it into alignment with the 2016-19 strategic plan. And in those, and there were several things in there that they have to do that. And that's all these things are being sent into this committee to discuss, and then they're supposed to give their advice to the Arts Commission as to how to implement
All right,
them.
thank you. Okay. I know you have a question. Just a second. DC Acola, I have a question. In 67.3D4,
right?
What does the word initiative mean in this case?
I interpret that to mean any action.
Okay. And so, so how would that be different than 67.3C1? Differences being it. What's the difference between an advisory board and an advisory committee?
Well, 67.31 says an advisory committee is created by the initiative of a member of a policy body, whereas the passive meeting in D is created by the initiative of the entire policy body, right?
But it also discerns the difference between advisory committees and an advisory board. And they have actually in D4, you have both the word board and committee in the same sentence. So has to be a distinction between a board and a committee. I know it's splitting hairs, but
In
that's the way
D4.
it's written. Yeah.
Any advisory board, commission, committee, or body created by the initiative of a policy body.
Right. So, but then you go back to C1, and it only talks about advisory committees, not advisory boards. And so then we have to define whether this particular body is an advisory committee or an advisory board. I know I'm splitting hairs, but I
don't think it matters. Committee, board.
Well, why would the ordinance make a distinction then?
Because it was poorly written.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I disagree with that. I think
Vice Chair, hold on.
He made the
Vice Chair
point.
Hyland.
And if you look at 67.4, passive meetings. Sorry, hold on, lost my spot here. So I think basically this is a passive body. I think for it to be a policy body, it has to pass a much higher bar, and the only chance is Section 7, which I don't think it meets that.
All right, so let me elaborate for you on this. If you go to 67.4A5, gatherings subject to the subsection include the following: advisory committees or other multi-member bodies created in writing or by initiative of or otherwise primarily formed or existing to serve as a non-governmental advisor to a member of a policy body, the mayor, city administrator, department head, or any elective officer, and social, recreation, or ceremonial occasions sponsored, which is a different animal. This subsection shall not apply to a committee which consists solely of employees, which this doesn't.
Right.
So, passive meeting body, I think.
I agree.
I think we...
Can I say something?
No.
What about D4?
Right, 67.3D4.
An advisor, any policy body shall mean any advisory board, commission, committee, or body created by the initiative of a policy body.
Right, that was my question to DCA Cola, and my contention here is this a committee or is this a board? Because if you go up one paragraph to C, the very C1, it says advisory committees created by the initiative of a member of a policy body, the mayor or department head. So the distinction is advisory committees can be created by a member of a policy body. Policy body created by initiative of the policy body.
Right, but they voted. Right, but that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That they voted. This was the line of questioning that Member Moss was doing. That when they had this proposal that included this group, did they essentially fall under D4? And also, in the case of the Arts Commission, does the staff of the Arts Commission exist by the creation of the Arts Commission, if we pull that string back all the way?
It's the staff of the Arts Commission.
The very first, maybe that's splitting this too far, but does the Arts, who empowers the Arts Commission staff to exist? Is it the Arts Commission? Does the Arts Commission staff serve at the pleasure of the Arts Commission?
I believe only the director does. The director then hires everybody else. That's the way every department's set up.
And so,
that's why department head is in the ordinance so many times and connected to public officials and the mayor, because they are hired directly by those bodies.
Right, but so isn't there? Maybe this is not a legitimate argument at all. But if the director is established by initiative of the policy body, then isn't any group the director creates still connected to that same D4?
Well, but if you look in 67.3C, it specifically says a member of the policy body. That's a voting member, somebody who's been appointed by the mayor, board of supervisors, or by vote of the electorate. Okay, and it could be any member. It doesn't say. It says a member. It doesn't say two members or three members or four members. But then if you go to D, you're talking about an initiative that the whole body, it was presented as this program was presented to the whole commission for the entire commission's approval.
Which is what happened.
Right. So and your point is that this is a policy body by virtue of that.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Right. Okay, good. So we have some people who think it's a passive meeting body, some people who think it's a policy meeting body.
Can it be both?
Well, no, I don't think it can be both, because one is only created by a single member, the mayor, or a department head, and the other is created by initiative of the whole policy body. It's a clear distinction of action.
I mean, it is a clear distinction, but I don't see the way that the actual law is written that they're actually mutually exclusive, even though they probably should be.
Well, I think the question is the advisory board is created by initiative of the body to advise the policy body. The purpose of the passive meeting body is for a smaller audience to advise, like let's say a supervisor of the Board of Supervisors wants to create a advisory, a committee of community members to advise on garbage cans in the neighborhood. Mm-hmm. Okay? That body only reports back to that supervisor, not the whole Board of Supervisors. Sure. But if the Board of Supervisors wants information across the city from all districts, then if it creates an advisory body by that method, that advisory body then reports back to the Board of Supervisors and not just one individual.
But it seems like the way the code's written, that body that is a policy body would also be a passive meeting body in addition to being a policy body.
No, because an advisory committee created by the initiative of a member of a policy body, a member, not the whole body, just one member. That's a passive meeting body.
I'm not sure I agree with that reading, but I don't know whether it matters.
But it's right there. It says initiative of a policy body or initiative of a member of a policy body.
It's both.
C1 and D4. So to me, it's fairly distinctive.
Okay.
But let's hold the debate until after we get to rebuttals. Let's finish with questions and clarifications from the parties. Vice Chair Hyland.
Actually, I was going to put a motion up there, and maybe
we can't yet until we get to rebuttals.
Well, I can, I think. But what I was going to say is I think the rebuttals might help shape that motion. Because
if you're going to make a motion to find determination, that comes after rebuttals. Unless you want a procedural, like to go for a continuation.
Okay, let me just say then, I think I'm convinced that this is a passive meeting body and that there's certain violations that fall along with that, and that's where I'm at.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
Are there any other questions for the parties, respondents or complainants? Okay, seeing none, let's go to rebuttals. The respondent, you have 3 minutes. Victor, start the clock. Thank you.
I don't feel that we need to belabor the point. I think that, we really had the best intentions when we set up this working group, again, to make sure that some of the things that we were considering were able to be vetted or listened to by the group that we're trying to serve. And, again, we considered this to be more of a focus group, and so we proceeded accordingly, also believing that the discussions that occurred at those meetings would help inform staff decisions that would eventually shape policy, which would then be brought before the full commission and aired in a public forum. So, again, we had the best intentions. And I'll leave it. I'll just let Rebecca. Do you want to add anything?
Sure. Yeah, I'll just add. I appreciate this body taking the time to consider this issue, and I find it ironic and rather unfortunate that in the interest of transparency and in the interest of improving this program, we, hired a consultant to complete a program evaluation. The program had not been evaluated in the entire 42 years of its existence. And then she did a feasibility study. We brought all of those before the committee multiple times so that there would be ample opportunity to weigh in. We had extensive community outreach as part of that process and wanted to continue to have community outreach as part of the implementation plan and implementation process. And so that is what has gotten us here today, but we certainly will not continue to meet at all if there are further requirements that we do not have the staff or administrative bandwidth to complete. So, thank you.
Mr. Clark.
think that's unfortunate that they say they won't meet at all when they have committees. They have a Street Arts Program Committee, they have a liaison committee, that they can meet, they can discuss these things at those committee, and those are public hearings. I want to say this was not a focus group, because like I told you, one of the recommendations of the Faust report was to align all the expiration dates with the first quarter, with the fiscal quarters. For 46 years, when a street artist renewed their certificate, upon payment of the fee, they were given 3 months or a year from that date. And what the working group did, they recommended to the Full Arts Commission that that policy be changed, even though it's specifically stated in the ballot measure that that's the policy. They recommended to the Full Arts Commission that the policy of issuing certificates on the day of payment be changed to no matter what day you pay for it, it gets backdated to the first day of the fiscal quarter, resulting in people getting shortchanged for the number of days on their certificates. That recommendation was never heard at a street artist committee meeting. It was never discussed at a Full Arts Commission. It was implemented by the staff without any public hearing, and I'm asserting that change is a policy change, and it has the effect of amending the ballot measure Proposition L, because Proposition L says upon payment of the fee, you're entitled to 3 months from that date or a year from that date. Now, also, I just want to remind you that this is not a passive meeting body, because like you stated, a passive meeting body says it's the initiative of one member, whereas a policy body is on the initiative, and it says any advisory committee or group. You don't have to label it a committee or anything. It's any advisory group that's initiated by a policy body. Now, there's no doubt the Arts Commission is a policy body. There's no doubt that this community working group did not come into being until after it was approved by the Full Arts Commission. And after that, the staff was directed to ask for volunteers to be on this committee. And they are discussing major changes to the street arts program, including things that require ballot amendments. And when this policy was approved without any committee meeting and put into effect, that's why I filed this complaint, because they are a policy body, and they have to follow the Brown Act by Section 67.5.
Thank you. Member Eldon.
And some of the documentation that's come up since we saw this in the subcommittee, there was more detail. I'm sorry, I forget your name, sir. Yeah. But I think you provided a couple documents that I wanted to try to take a closer look at.
Okay.
Thought they were pretty interesting. The first one was where it showed they acted on the recommendation of this focus group. And this, I'm trying to understand exactly how this broke down, like Mr. Clark was talking about. Whereas if it was, if it was a focus group acting more like a policy body, or if it was packaged into something else. The second document, if you can have it handy, was the fees. Just I was interested in your source data for that, for the fee ranking.
Oh, the fee ranking came. This came from the controller, but I did the graph, the chart. In the controller, it's not sorted by amount, so the amounts are all over the place. And sure. I had to add the California bar, because that's California.
Sure. Okay, the main point was the other document.
Okay.
Through the chair, can I
Yes,
ask
go
a
ahead.
question?
Sure.
Where did you get all of these data?
This came
So that's from
for the
the
licensing came from the controller.
Okay.
The California bar came from California bar.
Right, I just had-
and there's also there was more that I could have added in there, but the street art still goes to the very top. Like a hunting license is like $400. A peddler license
know the
is
source.
I was
okay.
trying to ask him the question about the other stuff. No, my main question for him is about the document you showed, right, this one. What was the full document we're looking at here?
That's the timeline. Oh, no.
So these are the minutes, non-verbatim minutes that weren't distributed to, they were only distributed to the participants. I just recently requested these through a Sunshine request and received them.
Okay, so this is official documentation that's not in our packet that details the link.
Yes, I believe so. Yes,
details the link.
We just found. I just got this recently.
So this is correct that this document that he's providing here was provided from your office, right, in full, that we're looking at? I'm just trying to make sure that, I mean, in addition to the other documents, this is not, that we had asked for. This is something that I
No,
think we
he
saw.
presented that on his own as providing additional facts and evidence.
Right. So I'm trying to confirm that what we're looking at.
Yeah.
I can't tell you. This is the first I'm seeing this.
Okay.
But again, I think there's been a misrepresentation. Again, the staff is making recommendations, not the focus group. Okay, so they're not the one voting. They're not the one making the policy recommendations. That is staff. I just want to make that very clear.
Okay, and then just for the specific part of this document that you showed us previously, can you leaf over to that page of it? So I just want to
Was it about missing the deadline?
I thought there was something for, this was a recommendation that came out of the focus group that was approved, which is part of the Clark Brothers argument that it was acting on a policy.
Well, that I think is it. If what used
I'm
to
not
happen,
following you, Member
So
Eldon.
basically, this is documentation from the Arts Commission that explains how the focus group created a recommendation that that's what the Clark Brothers were telling.
It used to be that you could come in at any time and get a license for 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
What they changed was that if you come in after the quarter, you have to pay for the whole quarter. If you come in the third month of a quarter, you still have to pay for 3 months. We strongly objected to that. Strongly. We said we're going to lose members. I must have did it twice. We were going to lose members, and we have lost members. We lost over 100 members. Just to give you a short example, one lady just came in. She came in the third month. She not only had to get her street arts license, she also had to get a business registration for $90 that expired at the end of the month. So if she wants to stay, she's got to get another one.
I understand there are major issues, but I think in terms of what we're looking at, we're generally, when I voted that it seemed like this was a passive meeting body, which is what I think the majority here seem to have, or many others on the full committee have expressed. I'm trying to understand where the recommendations came back to the staff, and then the staff implemented those changes versus. So, I mean, that, just so I understand, that still sounds like it's a passive meeting body in that case, right? I mean, whether or not you agree with the changes, the staff decided to do it. And that was sort of out of that wasn't something that this meeting body decided upon.
All right. No, I'm not, I want to move this along. We've already spent way too much time on this. I think I understand what you're getting at, Member Eldon, and I agree in part with what you're saying. I guess my big question for this is that I'm asking myself is, did this specific group advise the consultant of the program? What were the questions and all of that kind of thing? Because that would the content of that meeting would determine a number of different things. Okay, and considering that, so the first thing is this was definitely some kind of official body. Okay, I think we're clear on that. Question is it a passive meeting body? And if it was a passive meeting body, then who is it advising? Was it advising a single member? Was it advising the mayor or the department head? These are individuals, okay? If it was a policy body, was it advising the entire policy body, the initiating policy body, the one that this would be the commission itself? I don't think it's the latter, because this group of people that were meeting never presented themselves or presented a report on its own letterhead or in its own writing to the commission itself. It specifically was under the auspices of the program coordinator, consultant, or whoever was running it. So I'm inclined to say the way this got created was incorrect, and the way it was operated was incorrect. Okay? But I will say this, no matter what this Sunshine Task Force results is, we don't have the power to nullify anything. Okay? So all we can do is find if it's in violation of the ordinance, and that's it. Okay? So just to be clear, when you make your motion, that we have a limited, very limited, in fact, no authority to do anything with regards to meetings and that kind of thing. So our first question is, which body is this? What violations? Go ahead. Member Canada.
So in reading 67.3, it doesn't seem to define these bodies by the real function they perform. It seems to define the bodies by how they are created. And 67.3D4 says this is a policy body, any advisory board, commission, committee, or body created by the initiative of a policy body. So reading that, I would think this is a policy body, regardless of how they are functioning right now.
Okay.
So that I just wanted, that's my understanding of the ordinance.
Okay. Vice Chair Hyland.
So for me, they satisfied the litmus test for being a passive meeting body under 673C. That said, and I certainly acknowledge that the Arts Commission intended this to be transparent and open. However, I think for the record, we have to record that it did not take place like that, for other departments to be able to follow this down the road. So the motions I was going to make is the violations as laid out in our memorandum here. Failure to post an agenda, 67.7A. Failure to post minutes, 67.16. And failure to provide public access, 67.5.
What was the second one? 60 for?
0.16.
Oh, 16.
Yeah, this is on page P49. You look at the memorandum by the city attorney. I think P49. So for me, they are a passive policy body, and they meet the requirements of 67.3C, and therefore those violations underneath follow.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I also have a question for Member Hyland.
Well, you started.
Okay. Is this a clarifying question based upon the motion?
And it's a clarifying question based on the monologue you gave that I actually, for once in my life, agreed
Okay,
with.
so there's a motion on the floor. We have to at least move on the motion. We can ask questions during the motion.
Do your motioning,
Okay.
then I'll come back to you.
I have something specific about the motion.
You'll second the motion?
No. I have a specific question about
Oh,
the
yes, go for it.
So I'm just curious why Vice Chair Hyland isn't citing things from 67.4, which are the only ones that apply to a passive meeting body. I'm a little concerned that the ones that he's citing are not actually the applicable.
I can stand corrected. So let's see. Okay. So it would be 67.4 violations.
Right. So under 67.4, they do not actually have to post an agenda. They only have to provide an agenda upon request. And so I don't know that we've heard enough about that
Okay, that one we can remove.
And they're not required to, I don't think they're required to provide public comment either.
They are required to be open.
Open, but not required public comment. Because it's open, it could be recorded.
What about minutes?
Um,
So perhaps DCA Cola want to comment on this. Maybe if you just listed those violations as pertinent to policy body versus a passive. I misread that.
Yeah, those were suggestions, I think.
Through the chair, if you're finding this to be a passive meeting, then the only requirements under the only passive meeting requirements under 67.4A. All gatherings of passive meeting bodies shall be accessible to individuals upon inquiry and to the extent possible consistent with the facilities in which they occur.
Okay. And the other minutes, agenda, none of that applies.
They need not be formally noticed, except on the city's website whenever possible, although time, place, and nature of the gathering shall be disclosed upon inquiry.
Okay, so I'm going to revise my motion to find a violation of 674A, and that's it.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
So moved by Vice Chair Hyland, second by Member Hinsey. Member Fisher.
Yeah, Chair Wolf. So before Vice Chair Hyland made the motion, did I either misinterpret or am I misremembering or misunderstanding your statements about as much as we want to, there's nothing that we can do in terms of sunshine ordinance? Can you clarify
The only
that?
thing we can do is refer it to a committee, one of our committees, but we cannot then say, well, that meeting was held incorrectly. It should be nullified. Only a court of law could do that.
Okay, so now these motions, am I misinterpreting this? These motions that we're making are kind of going against what you were saying? That's okay.
No, it's not saying. It's just noting that there was a violation in the way those meetings were held.
Okay.
A correction should be made.
All right, I can live
Like
with
when
that.
people make corrections on, forgive me, agendas. They make those corrections and then they're back in compliance. The idea is to come here is to find a violation, see if we can help people get back into compliance. So that's kind of the idea here.
I think I kind of swung your narrative to where I was, but now I'm crawling back towards where you are.
Thank you. Member Moss.
I just wanted, we've talked a lot about the sunshine ordinance definitions. I just wanted to read out the Brown Act's definitions in case that's helpful. So it is going to cover a commission, committee, board, or other body of a local agency, whether permanent or temporary, decision-making or advisory, created by charter, ordinance, resolution, or formal action of a legislative body.
That's like this or that or this or that
And
or whatever.
through the chair,
Yes.
is that for a policy body or a passive meeting?
The passive body thing is a sunshine ordinance specific designation.
Okay.
It is not in the Brown Act.
Thank you.
It was to help make advisory committees flexible in that kind of way. Okay. Anything else on this motion? Okay. Public comment on the motion.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We are not part of this and have not been familiar with this prior to the meeting. I do want to say, first of all, thank you to the body for struggling over this. The whole issue of policy bodies versus passive meeting bodies, as far as I'm concerned, for years put me into a kind of mind short circuit. I do think it's clear that this was from what I've heard, that this was a policy body. I think Member Kanata is right. The definition of a policy body under Section 67(3)(d)(4) is any advisory board, commission, committee, or body created by the initiative of a policy body. And it seems that it has been created that way. That's all that it says. It doesn't say who it advises or how it works or what it does. If they never report to anybody and don't do anything and just talk amongst themselves and go home, it's a policy body. Further, I haven't heard anybody talk about Section D5. Any standing committee of a policy body, irrespective of its composition. What does that mean, irrespective of its composition? Does that refer only to the policy body members, or does that refer to a standing body? This was clearly a standing body. This wasn't a one-time meeting or a one-time focus group. I've been in focus groups. Typically, they're one-time affairs. And 6 says, policy body shall not include a committee which consists solely of employees of the city and county of San Francisco, unless it was established by blah, blah, blah. So I think there it's clear that the exclusion is meant to apply to an employees-only body. Now let's look at their argument on page P48. We appear to have a quote from the counter-argument from the Arts Commission on the next to last paragraph of their argument. Since the community working group consists of artists and city employees and was initiated by city employees, it fulfills the exemption specified in Administrative Code 67.3D6. Well, 67.3D6 says, talks about a committee that's solely about employees. This is not solely about employees, so their counter-argument seems to me to be completely wrong. We also heard that this body was chaired by someone from the Arts Commission. That was in the testimony given by Ms. Kate. And that, I think, is important. That seems to me to give it an official aspect that also goes along with being a policy body. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Any other discussion? So I would just say that I don't see this being a standing committee. Standing committees are more or less enumerated in the set of bylaws when it comes to such bodies. The fact that we have all kinds of passive meeting bodies, advisory committees that are not policy bodies that are created that go on ad infinitum, year after year after year in the city. They're all different types. So I think that's a misinterpretation of standing committee, as far as I'm concerned. I hold that this is a policy body, but I think it was meant to be a passive meeting body. I think it got created incorrectly. And so it's kind of a catch-22 for the respondent in a way. But what I will do is, one way or another, however the motions go from this, everything goes from this point forward, I'm going to recommend them to visit EOTC and try to help figure out what they want to do and give them some guidance so that we don't end up in this place again. And they can choose whether to continue to that practice or not. But I think it's important at this point, because I think what they tried to do was beneficial for everybody, and the stakeholders that didn't get or benefit from it, maybe should have had that opportunity. So I think all around, I think it could be redone, and the commission can certainly reconsider their decision on their changes in permit fees and start from scratch again and do it, in a more correct manner. So that's it. Okay, let's call the roll.
On the motion, Member Moss.
This is on it being 67.4?
Yes, it's the final violation of 64.A.
Yeah, no.
By failing to make a passive meeting body accessible to the public. Moss, no.
You said no?
Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Come back to me.
Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Member Eldon. Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Fisher.
Well, it doesn't matter, but I hate for my colleague to stand alone, so I'll say no.
Fisher, no. Chair Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. The motion passes. The matter will be referred to Education, Outreach, and Training Committee to attempt to assist the Arts Commission to figure out the purpose of this working group and to how to implement it appropriately.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your indulgence and your time. We appreciate it. All right, let's take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll have public comment when we come back. $6.50. When you're ready, Victor.
Next on the agenda is item number 5, public comment. Members of the public may address the task force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
So, someone, Kate Patterson, posted slander about me on a website called archives.org. How do I know it's Kate Patterson? Because you can take apart the metadata and you can find out where it came from. And it came from 401 Van Ness Avenue. She didn't even post the Sunshine documents. She posted a lot of random nonsense. But with the tags and with the little intro, I went to First and Street, where this archives.org is located, and I tried to convince them today that it was in violation of their terms of service, and they really didn't care. Why did Kate Patterson do that? I have no idea. So I'm going to quickly summarize all the slander that she's spilled against me, and I don't even know her. I've never spoken to her. Kate Patterson spent time on Rikers Island. She was arrested for selling bottle caps. Everyone at the San Francisco Arts Commission is afraid of Kate Patterson. Kate Patterson goes to commissioners' homes and offices to the point where one commissioner was forced to get a restraining order against her. Kate Patterson called me at home when I was pregnant. The director of cultural affairs is afraid of Kate Patterson. Kate Patterson isn't allowed into 401 Van Ness Avenue. She sends menacing emails. She harasses staff at the Arts Commission. She appears at the San Francisco Arts Commission offices unannounced, and we've called the police on her. She has many restraining orders against her, and she makes menacing remarks at public meetings. Kate Patterson has mental health issues. These are the things she said against me as responses to document requests, and I've listened intently to the audio. These are things that she said as a response to document requests. Thank you.
Before you leave, I just want you to know that you're focusing this on Kate Patterson when it was about yourself. And you were naming her in it instead of yourself.
This is general public comment, and my time is not up. I think you've abridged my comment.
I'm not abridging it. I've stopped your time.
General public comment is for matters not on the agenda. I've said what I've wanted to say.
I'm making
Thank you.
a correction, that's all.
No.
Is there any additional public comment?
Hearing none, move on.
And if you could please post the 150-word summary in the minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
If you can send it to me via email, I would appreciate it.
Well, you got it.
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. First of all, it looks like there are cameras here, and I'm wondering if we're now being filmed here and if that's going to be posted. Okay. No, I see nodding. I do have a couple of, I guess you might call them odds and ends, but I think they're worthwhile with respect to improving how your process and results work. First of all, I think that it's very procedurally unclear, and we saw a demonstration of this in an earlier hearing. What it means, what the procedure means, are there folks with facts and evidence in support of a complainant? And for that matter, in the minutes when it says nobody supported the complainant or nobody supported the respondent, it's also not clear that if somebody speaks at one or another of those two times, you won't allow them to speak at public comment, so they have to decide which is which. I think that needs real clarification because it was clear that one of the folks, at least, who spoke today was, let us say, not clear on how that works. And I think it is very unclear. And as I say, misleading when the minutes say nobody supported this, and then public comment has one or several people supporting one or the other side. I think that it would be very useful if you would provide some kind of definitions about how you think, or even discussions about what you think about certain basics with respect to sunshine. So I think, for example, the whole question of passive meeting bodies is a nightmare for the public. And I know, as I said for years, it used to short-circuit my brain. What is this group and what is that group and what applies to which? What is a consideration of an item? There has to be public comment on consideration of every item. Is consideration calling the item? Is consideration having it on the agenda? Is consideration not happening if it's removed, if an item is removed or continued? Those are some questions that I think can be very troubling to folks and would be useful at least to have a discussion. When you have 5 close votes, and especially votes that are problematic because of absences or vacancies, such as a 5-1 or a 5-2 vote, when there's a jury trial, there has to be a unanimity in a criminal case or a certain level in another kind of case. I think it would be really useful if the members would go for a second vote after further discussion to clarify, so that possibly the minority folks that prevent an action from happening officially might be able to consider something further. So those are some of the things I think would be useful to clarify, and in the case procedurally of discussions, changing a little bit how you proceed. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Good evening. My name is Ellen Sang. I'd like to make comments on sunshine complaint process. I attended a committee hearing on May 23rd as a member public regarding case number 17027. Ms. Christine Silver represents the planner and planning department. From this case docket and sunshine website, the public can only find Ms. Silver produced few emails. 2 emails state that they will be able to respond next week. And Penn Nebraska's email stated that he will respond on May 11, but the public cannot find her response or planning department anywhere. One of the complainants' email stated that respondent produced some plan on March 2nd, 2007, but failed to identify specific plan to his numbering requests. At the hearing, Ms. Silver disagreed by saying that they did not produce any plan at all on March 2nd, 2017. At the hearing, he hands a couple-page document that went to one of the committee members. She did not put them on the screen, and they were not in the sunshine file bundle. The public has no way to know what document she actually produced at the hearing. Ms. Silver and planning successfully fulfilled her goal. That is, as long as she can convince you that you should solely rely on her statement. And she only need to mention their attachment to her email. She's not required to produce any actual document attachment. When she referred the document attachment in response to sunshine complaint and to answer committee members' question, but none of this document can be found. The public has right to know and review what attachments are, has the right to review the document he handed at the hearing, and what document this task force receive and review before you make your decision and your reasoning. There should not be secret documents. When he failed to produce those documents he referred to, you should order her to produce. The public has right to find this document in Sunshine website under the case number in order to make informed comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone had to thank her. It's on you now.
I sure have.
Is there any more public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Next item, please.
Next on the agenda, item number 6, file number 17017, complaint filed by Dolores Clean against Randy Quezada and the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and/or complete manner. On April 25th, the Complaint Committee heard the matter, determined the task force has jurisdiction in the matter, and referred it to the task force with recommendation.
So I was serving as chair that day of the complaint committee, and I'll give you a brief summary, and then we'll be able to hear from the petitioner. This is basically an item of first impression. We're dealing with tweets. Dolores Clean was having a back and forth with the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing, who's the respondent on Twitter. That department blocked Dolores Clean's account. So Dolores Clean wasn't able to see some of the tweets that were being posted. In response to a Public Records Act request, the tweets that were still there were provided to Dolores Clean. In addition to that, the account was unblocked. It was explained by the department that if Dolores Clean logged out of the account, then they would be able to see the tweets as well. Another underlying issue is that some of the tweets had actually been deleted. In this case, the tweets are not in the possession of the department. The department does not have the ability to recover deleted tweets. It's not a feature that is provided by Twitter. So
was her login?
Pardon?
I missed. Was it her own login, or it was?
So there are two parties, Dolores Clean, the petitioner, and then the department. The department posted tweets, some of which were deleted.
Okay.
The petitioner knows that these tweets exist from other means, or had existed at some point from other means, but when requesting those tweets via Public Records Act requests, the department is saying that they don't have access to the tweets because they were deleted, and they don't have possession of the tweets anymore, and we do not have jurisdiction over Twitter to provide that information. So I would like to give the petitioner an opportunity to give a presentation and correct anything that I may have missed or misstated.
So we start our process now. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
This is the complainant.
Petitioner.
So Dolores Clean is like a, on Twitter, like people sometimes have other names on
Your handle,
there, like
yeah.
Alt,
okay.
INS,
It's your nom de
something
plume.
like this.
So it's your nom de
pseudonym
plume.
that
Okay, got
I've
it.
had, it's, like 7 years. It's not something just for this. And, there in the case kind of come up after the San Jose case where they held when a city employee uses their personal account, it's a public record on there. In this case, I think kind of what you explained the department has said, I haven't actually heard them kind of say that. It seems like that's kind of the record, and that they say they're deleted, but they haven't said how they got deleted. And as well as the tweets that got deleted are sort of the embarrassing tweets, the tweets that were false, the tweets that make the person who did them look professionally incompetent or not doing his job correctly, and did not delete other ones. It's a very targeted, small number of public records that were deleted. Now, when you read the San Jose case, they did not have before them the issue of the search. And so normally there's a thing, a dicta in law. Okay, it's not totally the same rule of law, but the court very much purposely went out there and said, we want to give you guidance of what to do when it's on a personal device and they're saying they've done the search and was it sufficiently done? Because we don't know if it was deleted when the request came in at all. There's no information at all in the record. So what the San Jose case says, there's kind of three parts to it. First, the person will look in their own account to find, are they public records or not? So it doesn't have to be turned over to another employee and invade his privacy. The person's going to do it himself, but he has to in some way be trained to know these are public tweets because you're talking about business type stuff, or these are about my daughter's soccer game, so people shouldn't have to look about anything with that. The second and third, depending if you count them 2 and 3, is that an affidavit be put out there and it be sufficiently detailed for a reviewing body to consider. Now, the 2 tweets that I'm saying are deleted, one of them is in the record at page 216. And in that case, another person who also had been blocked at the same time grabbed a screen grab of it and posted it on Twitter. The other, this was actually the first tweets that I had with Jeff Kowitsky, was that a newspaper article had described a community meeting, and he had said one thing, according to the article. On Twitter, he said, I hadn't said that. I write back to him and say something like, well, you might want to correct that with the one, that's the other tweet that's missing, who there's no physical copy of. And although I say that this is the accurate, I believe this is the accurate one, the one that I say is deleted, where he says, I have no time for bullies and haters because you're a bully and hater for bringing up concern for homelessness people. That's not, it's not there like it's a public record. And there's difference from, somebody claims to be a screenshot with all of the things of Photoshop or whatever, than having an affidavit that's written out there by the person that says, yeah, you know what? I deleted that tweet, and I deleted it because I didn't like getting this request, or I deleted it because I was embarrassed for this, or in some way, when he writes the affidavit, should be directed to go to why were these particular tweets deleted and not other tweets. And if I could, I'll save my 45 seconds for rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant, the petitioner? Seeing none, respondent, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Randy Quesada. I am the Communications and Community Relations Manager for the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing. First, I would like to note one thing. It was not the department's Twitter account, and that's in question. It was Jeff Kowitsky's Twitter account, who is the director of the department. We are a new department. We've only been around for a year, and the request for information was somewhat confusing insofar that the tweets were, at the time the request was made, publicly available. Anyone at that time could have logged into Twitter and seen them. If you were in fact blocked, had you logged off, you could have seen them and just sort of gone onto Twitter at any point. So, notwithstanding that, we were trying to figure this out. It is sort of the bleeding edge of technology and public records and the rest of it. To the extent that we were late in communicating back with Mr. Clean, that is correct. We are, in fact, a new department. We are developing our systems and our procedures, and we are looking to improve those. We absolutely want to be compliant, and we absolutely want to do that. Now, to the extent that there is guidance on how to appropriately handle tweets and how to sort of, private Twitter accounts and whether what happens on Twitter is a public record or not. I, again, think that this is sort of new ground, and it is unclear at this point if one can have a Twitter account and delete things and not delete things. And as one uses Twitter, that is part of Twitter. You can put tweets out, you can delete them, you can forward them, you can share them, you can do many different things. And it's unclear what the limitations are. Any additional guidance on that manner would be helpful. Absent direction to unblock Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean was unblocked. Mr. Clean does have access to the tweets, and he actually never lost access to them. The public always had access to them. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Any persons or witnesses on behalf of the respondent provide any additional facts or evidence? Seeing none, members? So I just want to start out with a couple of things. One is noteworthy that Member Moss and I attended the California Bar Association conference that went over this subject extensively. It touched on the subject is Smith versus San Jose with regards to personal accounts, and it did touch on social media. It did touch on redactions of postings on social media and text messaging and email and all that and the like. I wasn't there for the whole workshop. Maybe Member Moss can elaborate a little bit more on it, but with regards to how social media works, because the account is not necessarily the entirety of the content that's in a social media account is not necessarily in the user's ability to archive. So if you post something on Facebook and you then delete it, it doesn't go into a trash bin somewhere that you can retrieve later. It goes poof. And so that, unlike a text message on your phone, which in many cases now will go into a trash or an archive or what have you, but you can also get your logs from the phone company of all the text messages that were sent also. So there's some ways to retrieve information off of personal devices or personal online accounts. And for those accounts that are on proprietary systems, it is more difficult. The second point is a recent article that came up that I had sent around to everybody. It was written in the New York Times by a fellow named Charlie Savage on June 6th. I found it. Member Moss found it. This is, I'll just read it. The first line, lawyers for Twitter users blocked by President Trump after they criticized or mocked him are asking him to reverse the moves, arguing that the Constitution bars him from blocking people on the social media service. So this is talking about a public official. Now, he's elected, but still, with regards to Sunshine, we deal with elected officials like board supervisors or the treasurer or the assessor or what have you. And then you have the mayor, and then you have department heads. That's what the Sunshine Ordinance covers. So there's an active lawsuit with regards to this. And their contention is that once the president had started posting on it and started posting the business of what he does on a day-to-day basis, that became a public forum that anybody could participate in, and that deleting people's posts were like tantamount to censorship. So I want to just bring that up, those points up, because I'm not sure how this is going to go, but I think that information is important, and you may decide that you have enough information. You may decide you may not have enough information, but we should be as fully informed as possible since this is so brand new, and we either are going to create a precedent that could then be found incorrect or could be found correct, or we can wait. Member Wolf.
You said that in the case of the article that President Trump deleting his posts is tantamount to censorship or destruction?
He deleted the people who are criticizing him. He deleted their posts.
Wait, how is he deleting their
clarification?
posts?
We're talking about blocking people, not deleting people.
Yeah, blocking. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, because I was confused.
Yes, blocking.
There is an ongoing issue about Trump having deleted tweets when he spells words wrong, and that may be a matter of deleting public records as well. But perhaps that wasn't in that article.
Right. Yes, blocking. Yes, blocking.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. I'll leave it up to you guys. Member Ross.
As I understand it, the origin of the complaint is a failure to respond to the request on time, right? Sorry, could the respondent please? No, sorry, not the complainant. Yeah, are you disputing that that your office failed to respond on time to his request?
Well, it's complicated. He never lost access. He always had access to the tweets.
Well, no, but did you respond to his request?
As I mentioned, it was late.
Right.
That's not in dispute. However, he did have access to the tweets. Everyone had access and does have access. Further, he has been unblocked.
Right, but just for the point of the process,
yes,
file
that
the
is
request.
correct.
It doesn't matter if the records exist on the internet somewhere.
Yeah, we established that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, okay. Just want to make sure.
Yes.
So we've got that sorted out. So now we're on to the issue of whether he was provided with the records in the end. Is that what I'm to understand?
No, we already know that he was provided with the records.
So then,
But he was provided with the records for the blocked, when he was blocked, except for the tweets that have been deleted from Twitter that no one is able to get.
right. So it seems like this is, of the cases facing us today, this one seems pretty clear to me, right? Is there anything that we're asked? Could the complainant please come up?
Yeah.
Sorry. What are we missing
it
here?
may be too small of a point to get worried about, but when I was blocked, I do not feel that was I could, by kind of logging out of it, going all out of it, because the Sunshine Ordinance requirement is when there's a computer system, it should be the economic and easy system to do it, and that would be a computing, complicated one. I didn't know it. I've used Twitter for 7 years of this way of logging in and out. So I would continue to dispute it, but that's kind of a minor point. The really important one is the deleted tweets.
Right. So, but I don't know that somebody, is that an issue that we can deal with, the retention periods, or is that something they just need to, if somebody breaks the rules, I don't know that.
Well,
generally the CPRA doesn't necessarily address it.
Hold the question. Let's see if maybe others have. So we'll go with member Josh Wolf and then member Canado.
Mr. Quesada, can you approach the microphone? So you explained that part of the reason that the response didn't happen was because you were under the impression that he had access to the tweets. Is that a correct summary of what you're saying?
That's correct. On Twitter, if you're not logged in, you can see the tweets. So it was somewhat confusing trying to figure out kind of how to respond to this appropriately. So we were trying to figure it out. There was a weekend involved, so that delayed the response a bit. To my understanding, that it's calendar days, not business days, and yes, the response was late.
So if someone were to make a request tomorrow for something that seems superficially accessible to the public, let's say they ask for a copy of the front page of your department's website, which clearly anyone can go to a browser and see. What would be the procedure that your department would follow to respond to that request?
we would do a screenshot of the front page of the website and send them back a PDF or send the requester a PDF.
So why would that not be the same approach with the request for the tweets?
You know, that's a good question. I don't know how many tweets at that point Jeff had. It seemed to be at the time, you know, I don't know. Maybe there were hundreds, maybe there were thousands, and that would be sort of, I thought, excessive, considering the fact that he directly had access. And Twitter is the kind of thing that you can just sort of, you have access to on your phone, on your computer, whereas a website, you know, maybe there was some other issue. Maybe there's an impairment issue. The website isn't designed appropriately. You know, who knows? But with the point of the tweets, yeah, it was confusing. Yeah.
Okay, and then at this point in time, both for your department's main Twitter account and any Twitter accounts maintained, any public Twitter accounts maintained by the employees of your agency, such as this Jeff's Twitter account, is there a policy around blocking or muting other Twitter accounts?
So we welcome guidance on sort of best practices and what to do in this fashion. Right now, we have all taken the position of not blocking people. We understand that there are, you know, from some public officials like Jeff Kaczynski, who's the director of the agency, who use Twitter both for personal and for professional things, and it does create this confusion. That said, we're not blocking people anymore. I don't use Twitter that much personally. Just never been that into it, and I don't block people either. You know, there's a handful of other folks in the department who use Twitter, to my knowledge, professionally. But to the extent that there is a sort of clear directive from this body or from the city, sort of with guidance on sort of blocking and or muting, we haven't seen, and we welcome seeing that.
And so you're not blocking people anymore across the department. Have you gone forward and unblocked the people that were blocked previously in addition to...
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Member testify. Oh, Member Kanata, then Member testify. Sorry.
Again, for the respondent, I just want to reiterate the point. One of the points Member Wolf made: the fact that even though information is accessible on Twitter or on your website, if a member of the public sends in a request for that information, you should be providing it. You should not be sitting there saying, "No, he has access to Twitter. We're not going to do that." Okay. Thank you.
Member testify.
I'd like to make a motion for violation
Hold
of...
on.
We haven't had
rebuttals yet. Let's wait till after rebuttals.
Okay, well, I'd just like to make a comment that that is the policy now of the department, and Mr. Quesada has explained that. There's a timeliness issue that I think that we've been able to, that the facts have presented, and I will eventually like to make a motion to support that, a violation on that issue.
Member Canada.
I have just one more question. I don't use Twitter. I don't think I'll ever use Twitter. But is the fact that the director of your department, other people in the city government, using their private accounts to conduct city business, is that a fact that they don't have a city phone to use Twitter on? I'm just trying to understand the concept of why would you mix your personal and professional accounts when it's now public?
That's an interesting question. Twitter is not dependent on a device. You can use it on any number of, handheld devices, on your computer, and the rest of it. In this case, and in I think most cases, people use Twitter to opine on different things, to communicate about events, and the rest of it. It's not like email where you're sort of conducting, business day to day. It's something where you can say, hey, it's really cold today.
Nope.
Or you can say something more substantial, like I'm very concerned about X, Y, Z.
Thank you. I understand that. It's the separation of personal from business. I know you can do Twitter from any device you want to, but if you're in a city department and you have a city device, why would someone use their personal device to conduct city business? And you don't have to have an answer. I'm just throwing this out there because I don't get it.
Well, it might not actually be their personal device. They could be using their city-owned phone for, like, let's say that your name was like Bill Smith and you wanted the Bill Smith account. So you could use it from both your city phone and your personal device, but because Bill Smith is like a highly sought after username, you don't want to split your audience in half.
Well, okay. Yeah,
I'm just explaining the rationale. I'm in no way speaking for what the department's decisions are, just in general.
The court recognized that people mishmash things together. And that's why at the conference, at the Bar Association conference, they were very clear. They actually did role play in a lot of these, like which part of this paragraph is public and which part is personal, which part is redactable, which part isn't, but you can't withhold it. You've got to give it up, either fully redacted or partially redacted. But it's incumbent upon you, the possessor, the owner of the information. And actually, the city attorney has put out an advisory on Smith versus San Jose. You might want to review that if you haven't already. Okay.
Just one real quick question following up on the. So you said that you've reversed the blocking. Is there a policy around muting or not at this point? Or not a policy necessarily, but instructions across your department?
No, not at this point.
So muting is totally ambiguous right now, but blocking is not allowed within your team.
That's how we're moving forward. I look forward to reviewing the guidance from the city attorney on the San Jose case. I have not reviewed it. I don't know if it comments on muting. Muting to me seems to go a bit further than blocking, insofar that muting is more about interaction with people. That seems to me, not having read the city attorney's guidance or thought more about it, seems to be a step beyond access and some of the other issues that were raised around censorship. Muting is more about, do I have to see this?
Well, blocking also removes them seeing it. So
well, blocking is different insofar that it sort of limits you altogether. The receiver of the tweets, if I mute it, the poster, the other person can continue to post. I don't have to read them.
Right.
So that's different.
Yes.
Okay. I have a question for Mr. Clean.
So, muting.
I'm looking on page P208 of our packet. Can you see that? 208. P208. Is that your original request?
It appears so, yeah. Yes.
Okay. So it says here that you're looking for all this information, bless you, from the related to the position of director of homelessness from July 1st until this request is fulfilled. What is the end point? What is request until this request is fulfilled? What does that mean?
Until the request is fulfilled?
Yeah. What is?
I mean, I think instead of saying to January 8th, if they drag it out there, and I think it's used in FOIA ones where sometimes the agency will drag it out for months, instead of saying per day, you say until the day that is.
Yeah, but the ordinance is the ordinance is 10 days.
No, I didn't mean to return them in 10 days. I just meant like, I didn't want it for 2 months over here. I wanted it until today, until like the request is fulfilled. But
who determines if the request is fulfilled?
As of the day that he sends it, as of the day they respond, would be up till that day.
Okay, fine. It just seems very open-ended to me. It's an odd way to make a request because it sounds like a rolling request, and it's just not an IDR. but it could be you can request it on a rolling basis anyway. It's just a clarifying question, so I can get an idea of, because some people will say, well, I didn't get the tweet that came yesterday.
No, that wasn't what I meant, and that's not. I'm not in any way concerned with that. If I could do some rebuttal, though.
Wait, hold on. We're gonna give you a very specific time to do that. I want to make sure everybody's questions got answered with regards to this. Yes? Are we ready for rebuttals? Okay. Respondent goes first. 3 minutes for rebuttal. In the microphone, please, if you have any rebuttal.
We are trying to be compliant. Mr. Clean has been unblocked. Going forward, we welcome guidance on blocking and muting and the rest of it. Certainly right now, no one has been blocked. Anyone who was previously blocked has been unblocked. And, we look forward to, being as compliant and as transparent as possible, to the extent that we can, tease out the personal and the professional in a cleaner and more direct manner. I think that's advisable, and I think that is something that we'll be more thoughtful of in the department, and being able to more clearly delineate this is a personal account, this is a business account, or government in this case account, and we're happy to do that. This is new ground for all of us, I think, and we're trying to learn and we're trying to do the right thing. In this case, certainly there was a timeliness issue. Certainly it's a good lesson learned for me and for our department. But the principle of the matter around sort of blocking, Mr. Clean has been unblocked. Everyone else has been unblocked, however many there were, and we will be more thoughtful about separating out the personal and the professional.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clean, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah. I perceive like there's kind of a revision here of what went on when the request was made. I didn't get back something right away. Oh, this is confusing because it's already there. Blocked means something in Twitter. I mean, if your people know it and you use your Twitter account, you can't use it on your phone anymore. It's going to take you several minutes to do it. And the Sunshine Ordinance law is saying you got to give it to them the convenient way, the natural way, the economical way. This was blocked was done in order to block it, to make it impossible and difficult to do it. I didn't know about another way. I suppose you could create another account and something like that, that kind of going like that. But as a way that normal people use Twitter, you have one account, you're blocked. You can't see it anymore. And that's what happened. And there wasn't anything. Instead, the emails I got back was, we're trying to figure out about social media policy. We don't know this, or whatever. Okay, I understand it's a new department, and I could have the sympathy for them on that. And I'm really not trying to get people on gotcha on like an immediate request and say, no, you didn't. The thing here is more that Twitter has become a quasi-public forum. Like the case that you mentioned, there's a district court case around Virginia as well, Landum versus Davidson, I believe it is. And it's the same idea. If a government official opens it up, they don't have to open up the forum, but once they do, they cannot go out there and be saying, you can't come in the door because we don't like the things that you talk about or the ideas that you have. That's what happened to me. In this, you're getting blocked because I made a very reasonable thing. Instead, I'm called the bully. I'm called the hater. If you go through in there, my tweets were very reasonable, very respectable. There wasn't anything improper in them. So there's none of the sort of, okay, it's okay to do this. And then what the law says is what the court says is there's a policy here. How did these tweets get deleted? The reviewing body has to have an affidavit in hand to find out how they did, because it wasn't like, 7 years and we threw them away, or a certain amount, we tear up a calendar at the end of the month. These are the specific bad tweets, the tweets that would be embarrassing, tweets that were false, the tweets that make the guy look bad that get directed. It's purposely. And he said here in the meeting, all of the tweets were publicly available at the time the requests were made. If that statement is literally true, he deleted them afterwards. I don't know if that's what he intended to say, but those are the words that came out to here, is all of the tweets were available when the requests were made, and only now they're not available, some of them. So that's disturbing. If, because of a request is made, you delete the public records. Thank you. My time is up.
Thank you. Okay, members. Member testify.
I'd like to make a motion to find a violation of 67.21B for failure to provide requests in a timely or complete manner.
Second.
67.21B.
1B.
So moved by member testify, second by member Hensy. Public comment. Seeing no public comment, members, any other discussion? Please call the roll.
On the motion, Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Yes.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Member Eldon. Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
So I'm not going to refer to this committee, but I think Mr. Casada seems to be a little more tech savvy than a lot of folks we know. I think it sounds like he's got a pretty good handle on things. But if we do see you back here for something similar, I'm going to send you over to Josh Wolf here, his committee, for a little training.
Or the tech committee.
Or the tech. We could do it at the tech committee too, right? So we're tackling some of this stuff. So there'll be more to come. I would again advise you to find the memo from the city attorney on this. I'm sure it'll provide, get us. That's the only information that the city's providing at this time. So, okay, call next item.
Next on the agenda.
So do
File
I have
number.
to
yeah.
recuse myself?
So
let me call the item, and then we can work on that.
Yeah.
Item number 7, file number 17018, complaint filed by Josh Wolf against President London Breed, Board of Supervisors for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 by failing to respond to a immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On April 25th, 2017, the Complaint Committee heard the matter and determined that the task force has jurisdiction and referred the matter to task force with recommendation. I would like to note that President London Breed and her office have been notified of this meeting and the previous meeting, and we have not received a response from her office.
Through the chair, were they at the last meeting?
No.
So they haven't shown up at all?
Right.
Can I
That's your first violation.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
Can I move to recuse Josh Wolf before we discuss this in any further capacity?
Moved by member Moss, second by
I want to see him go back and forth.
member Eldon. Any comment about that? Any public comment about that?
No. I have something else to ask you.
Okay. Can we take that by acclamation?
Yeah, sure.
Seeing no objection, you're
So
now recused.
Through the chair, we're
Yes.
gonna.
I'm just like we're talking about
Please,
it.
folks.
We need an ejection seat. So we're gonna hear the merits of this without the respondent.
That's up to you. I mean, this is your choice if you want to move ahead with the case or not. They didn't appear at the complaint committee or the committee that was hearing the complaint, and they're not here today. There's been no communication from the respondent. It's your choice or our choice whether to move ahead with the case or whether to continue it and compel them to come. I will tell you, I've been in this position before in previous years. You can ask them to come, and they don't come, they don't come, they don't come. What does that end up? That ends up us filing a 6734 to the Ethics Commission. So, yes, Member Kanata.
Before we get into this one, I want to just say that the next item is the same type of an item against Supervisor Breed, and at the CAC committee meeting, nobody showed, nobody did anything.
Okay.
So I would...
Case by case. Let's take it on a case-by-case basis.
Be involved in that,
Yeah.
discussing the next case. So,
Right.
I'm going to recuse myself now too.
Yes,
Let's
yes.
just not.
Compartmentalize, please, folks. Okay, so what's your
my-
pleasure? Do you want to proceed without
I would propose that we proceed. I mean, Member Wolf has been patiently waiting here to make his case. I don't see the benefit of putting this off again because in my experience, they just won't show up at the next one, and they won't show up at the next one. So let's move forward.
We can move forward, and you may decide
Oh.
sometime during this that you may want to continue it for some reason, or send it back to committee, or what have you, for more info or whatever.
Oh, I
So you
forgot
can
about
do
that, sending it back to committee.
Yeah, you can do that too. So, okay.
What do the rest of you guys think?
So, go. You want
To that, if we felt that we needed more information, we would have continued it to another complaint committee meeting. That's something that we do very often. So the fact that it's come this far, it's that we felt like we had enough information to bring it before you.
So then you say let's roll with it?
Yes.
You want to start the ball rolling?
All yours.
Go for it.
So in this case, the petitioner has made the case that he has not received a response to his request for public records. The petitioner was requesting a list of persons who were blocked on President Breed's Twitter account as of a specific date. And there was subsequent follow-up to that request without a response. That's all of the information that we have at this point, but no one showed up, and we felt like we had enough information to move forward, especially after hearing the last case of Dolores.
Through the chair, if I have a point of order question that's specific, should I wait until the petitioner states his case or just ask it now?
Why don't you wait until the petitioner states his case, then you'll have more information.
Except then I'll have to go back to what my original brain thought was and insert everything he said into that part of my brain.
Does it apply to it? Does it apply to the meat of the case?
Yeah.
Then this was an immediate disclosure request, and so that's.
Well, why don't I ask my
important.
question, and Chair Wolf,
Okay.
you can determine if I should wait.
Okay.
If somebody's blocked on Twitter, does that mean that just means that they can't post? I'll just use this example on President Breed's Twitter
That's
feed,
not
right?
how it works.
Okay,
No,
so that's what
no.
I'm
If
asking.
someone's blocked, that means when they are logged into their account, they can no longer see the tweets of President Breed or of the person that they're blocked for.
That's all.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
and-
glad I asked because that is a
So-
whole different thing.
Could I add on to that? So the good way to think about it is blocked means the two people can't see each other.
Right,
the
okay.
person, if the person,
I'm going to cut you there.
and then
So it's
mute-
like Facebook, where I
sort of,
had to
but,
block
but
my
the
ex.
difference,
Okay.
right? But then there's muted,
Right.
which is another feature of Twitter recently rolled out.
No, I
which-
know what muted is.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's
My question was, because I don't Twitter enough, so my question was, is it just that, because I've done both, I don't want people posting horrible things on my Facebook, and I've blocked people so they can't see what I'm doing. So this is, you can't even see President Breed's. Okay, let's go then.
Right, but it's not like Facebook. Like you don't have a wall that people can post to. And somebody can still do at London Breed in their own tweet. It's just it's not going to show up in feeds.
Isn't there like a response or something in Twitter?
Yeah, but it's not like it's
They
like on
reuse
somebody's
mine.
wall.
Yeah.
It's just in the
I know,
feed.
okay.
The general overall
All right.
feed. Yeah.
This just feels more blocky.
Okay, let's
All right.
roll.
All right. So we have a president who's blocking people on Twitter and refusing to honor practices of government to ensure accountability and transparency. And then there's London Breed. Similarly, President Breed is blocking people on Twitter, apparently. What happened was I was surfing the tweets and came across a Twitter post, or maybe it was actually a Facebook message, that said that the San Francisco Tenants Union had been blocked on Twitter. And that seemed really weird to me, so I sent a tweet to London Breed asking if that was the case. Didn't hear anything back. Turned out I actually, mistyped her name due to typing too fast, but so it's fine that she didn't respond to that. She had no obligation to. But then I followed up with an IDR, and I figured it was a legitimate immediate disclosure request because included in the IDR was a URL that if you're logged into London Breed's account, it will just pop up with the block list. You print the screen, you're good. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. It should be a a quick search. I didn't hear back the next day at all. I didn't hear that this wasn't an IDR. I waited a few more days, and then I filed a complaint with Victor in the Sunshine Task Force. Then, after 10 days had gone by, I sent another message to Supervisor or President Breed's office, pointing out that I hadn't heard back from the IDR and that now we've reached the 10 days. So I should, even if you decide it wasn't an IDR, I should have a response by now. And even though I filed a Sunshine complaint, that doesn't somehow put a pause on you following through with the complaint. You should still honor this request. And I have been unable to get any response from her office. I was expecting to see a representative at the complaint committee meeting, was disappointed to see her not show up, and now here we are at the full task force, and again, not showing up. And so, wow, I still have 3 minutes left. In conclusion, in San Francisco, we look at San Francisco as being a leader in, we are one of the few few municipalities that has a Sunshine Task Force. We have some of the best open government laws. We were the leaders in gay marriage. We like to be ahead of the pack, not behind the pack. And in this point, when it comes to government officials who are refusing to engage in accountability regarding Sunshine and blocking people on Twitter, the only other inspiration to London Breed is the president in D.C., and I don't think anyone really wants that parallel to be true. Thanks.
Are there any persons or witnesses providing any additional facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner or complainant? Seeing none, respondent? Respondent is not present. Are there any persons or witnesses providing any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none. Members. Member Canada.
I think there's a definite violation, as was put out by the committee, and.
I was confused about the procedure, if there would be public comment. Can I speak on behalf?
If you speak on behalf, then you can't speek in the public comment period.
Either way.
Okay, we'll roll it back. Go ahead.
Thank you for allowing that.
Sure.
You saw just me here just before. And there may be cases where it's appropriate for government officials or employees to block other people. And the police department actually has a very good policy. I would encourage people to look at it, social media policy of when it is. Somebody saying something that's inappropriate or a spammer or putting porn links or repeatedly doing the same thing. But the problem is more when the person is being blocked for having sort of core First Amendment speeches that disagree with the other politician or the elected official, the official's speech. And that's what I worried sort of in my own case in when it's a supervisor and something like that they have rules out there set up to say, you know what, these are ones you can block, but don't do that, and then someone can look at the rules. That's my public comment. Thank you.
Okay, members. Member Canada.
Okay, so I think the violations sent up by the committee are appropriate, and not having been part of any willful violations, I just want to ask people who have been on the committee for a while, how many times does a respondent get to blow off committee meetings and full meetings before this body considers willful?
You make a motion, and we have a deliberation, a discussion about that. That's how that works. It's there. It's subjective. Okay. There are many different ways that happens. They could not show up, or they could show up and actively refuse to produce public records multiple times, or what have you. It could be the same complaint, complaint over and over again over a period of time. But really, 6734, I see it is reserved for us. It's not necessarily something that, I think members of the public could suggest it as a recommendation for us, but I think it demands, a high bar for it, because if you wear it out, then the people who we're trying to get to enforce it, they won't take it seriously. So I think it has to be real. It has to be, it reaches a certain threshold. We could decide what that threshold is and, make a internal policy about that. But, I think for the most part, as infrequent as it comes, case-by-case basis. Okay. But it's really on whether you feel it to be egregious or not. That point. All right, any other questions for the yes, Vice Chair Hyland?
Just to play devil's advocate a little bit, is there any, quarter that could be spared, because this is a emerging issue, the whole Twitter deal, and San Jose's, that's still settling?
Yeah.
Or is there a clear-cut violation here because it's an IDR, and there should have been some response, maybe a response saying we have nothing responsive, or we don't think this is, or we're going to give you redacted. But the fact that there's absolutely nothing does smack of contempt somewhat.
I think you're correct. Go ahead, Member Hinsey.
But because the petitioner gave the office basically a quick and easy way to fulfill the request, I didn't think that it deserved a easy out because it was a necessarily cutting edge technology.
Okay. Anybody else? Yeah, I don't think the activation of the technology actually got to that point for them to say we're having problems with this, or it's a problem with our account, or we don't know how to do it, or we need more time to do it, or something like that. The petitioner didn't get a response at all.
And then a quick question for the clerk. You're directing this to President Breed and her
office,
and her aides. Have you actually walked over there and said, "Hey,
it's
you guys"?
not it.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious to see the level of.
Because he uses the same procedure for other offices, and they do appear.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why Victor should be.
No, I'm not saying should be. I'm just curious what's been happening on the back channels, if anything. Sounds like it hasn't. Nothing's been happening. But
yeah, has anyone? Have we called just the phone?
We had a similar case with was it Eric Marr, where and maybe that could serve as some precedent. In the end,
that was because he actively did not show up, and then didn't notify his boss. And ultimately, when his boss was notified, the boss didn't respond.
Yeah.
So that was a kludgy mess in and of itself. The thing is that these are elected public officials.
Mm-hmm.
They have the responsibility to hold, at the most, this ordinance, this law. They need to be like the examples for everybody else.
If I remember correctly, even though it was the clerk really that was, I think, failing in his responsibilities, the buck stopped with the supervisor as the head of the department.
That's right.
In that case, so
that's right. If a supervisor says on Friday or on Monday, how many sunshine requests did we get last week? That's kind of supposed to happen, or somebody in the office is supposed to keep track,
right?
And keep the boss apprised of such things, because it's really their butts on the line.
So just let the rest of the task force know we went through a lot of met the full task force, 3 or 4 committees, back to the full task force, and I think we found a willful in the end, didn't we? And we forwarded that to ethics, and the whole course of that took maybe 6 months to a year. That whole process.
That's right.
Just to set some precedent there.
Right.
That's all I want to say.
Okay. Anything else? Rebuttals? Respondent not present. Petitioner. 3 minutes.
So it is reasonable to assume that perhaps the first request didn't get noticed. It was during the time that London Breed's staff was being shuffled and she was hiring new people, and that was one of the reasons that I did follow up several days later with it's now been 10 days, can we work on this? But at this point, the President Breed has had 5, if not 6 opportunities of emails coming to her asking her to address this issue. And it's not an issue that her office has never dealt with in the past. Mr. Petrellis went through trying to obtain the list of blocked identities on London Breed's account in the past, and I guess was actually successful according to some of his reportage. So this is an issue that she has dealt with in the past. At this point, in so many instances where she had the opportunity not only to reply to my request, but also to reply to our clerk's correspondence with the supervisor, I think it's clear that this is a decision to not engage in this matter and not merely a matter of it slipping through the cracks. It slipped through too many times to write it off as anything but a deliberate decision, and that decision concerns me, and it concerns me deeply. The issue of whether someone is blocked or not is not only important in terms of this should be a public record. There's no question that Supervisor London Breed's Twitter account is used for city business. Although she has a separate account that's explicitly the supervisor account, that one has never posted a single tweet. And this one is what is used for city business. And in fact, I was hard-pressed to find any personal tweets within the account, which in no way means that there aren't personal tweets. So I think that there's overbearing evidence that this is covered under your jurisdiction as a sunshine issue, that she's aware of this issue and is choosing not to engage on it. And I think it's important that the response to this action have a clear resonance, because in this particular case, I wasn't particularly invested in this, but we have other people who are blocked on Twitter by members of our city staff who are deeply concerned, as we saw in the previous case. And I think that we need clarity, not further confusion in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Do we have discussion still?
If you want.
Yeah, so the thing I'm discussing that's jumping out at me is, at first, my brain blew up a little bit when I realized, wow, you're blocking people, and that sort of seems, like you're a politician or you're an elected official. We voted for you, and you're not letting people see what you're saying. And as Josh just said, I just looked at the Twitter account. It really looks a lot like city business. So blah blah blah. What I'm getting at is, I'm kind of splitting hairs here, because I don't think it's a good idea to block people, but on the other hand, who are we to say who you can and can't block? The issue that's sticking out for me is, then he should have gotten his information about who is blocked. If you're going to block people, I'm not going to fight that one, because I could see sometimes why you might want to have that, and I don't know, I'm not a constitutional person, but maybe there's a little First Amendment stuff in there. But if we could figure out a way to make a motion that information should have been given, I'm willing to go with that.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Anybody else?
I suppose
Is there
I
a
should
motion?
look for a motion. I haven't found one yet.
Member Canale?
Well, yeah, I mean, I see this the Twitter accounts being like doing city business over emails. If London Breed was doing city business over emails and you requested that email and it's a public document, you should get it, regardless of the timing. Twitter is, if you're using it for city business, it's a public document, and you shouldn't be blocking people of the public to access it. So I make a motion to find violation of 6721A, B, and E, and 6725 as recommended by the committee.
Oh, wait a minute. This was a 6725 complaint.
You said 21A, B, and you said 25.
Yeah.
Oh, did he?
I'm a little bit confused about 67.2 and A, B, and E. I don't remember that part at the complaint committee meeting.
I don't either.
Maybe Victor can.
I
Only
would
because that's
defer to the text by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and complete manner, and failing to attend the hearing and explain the basis for its decision to withhold records requested.
I thought that was 67.34 though.
34?
34 is willful.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
willful failure.
Okay. So this is failure to attend but not willful?
Yeah, right, not willful. We did not discuss willful.
Yeah, willful wasn't part of the request. We can add it if we want to.
No. I mean, it was
But-
discussed here, but not. We didn't come up with the threshold for that. So I was just wondering what part of 67.21 is about appearance.
I believe E is regarding appearance.
So, and then how would A and B apply at this time? I thought it was just A and B is.
Member Kanata, are you getting that from a memo, or are you coming up
That
with
is the
those?
recommendation from the committee.
But I
see.
don't remember. I don't remember that
Added
part.
that, and I just did a quick look. So A is persons of public record shall at normal times be reasonable without unreasonable delay and without a person. Okay, that's not good.
So perhaps that's a typo.
B, a custodian of public record shall as soon as possible and within 10 days following receipt of request for inspection of a copy of public record, comply with the request. And E is the appearance. If a custodian refuses, fails to comply, or completely complies with the request described above, or the petition is denied or not acted on by the supervisor of public record.
Yeah, I don't think we should compartmentalize 6725 completely away from 6721. It's somewhat of an extension that provides an additional ability, but I think it is more et sequitur. It's more in the line of this happening. I think because the part on how to adjudicate it isn't contained in 6721. It's still a records request. So I'm just seeing the difference between 6725. 6725 just provides for you to get it sooner, and it makes it a little more stronger.
Okay, so I just think of 6721 as applying to regular requests and
Right.
67.25 for being for an IDR, and in this case, it was an IDR. So I would feel more comfortable, I think, just applying 67.25.
Okay.
That's just, I'm putting that out there. Whoever wants to make the motion. It sounds like the motion's been made.
Or
so-
amend the motion.
So did somebody second the motion?
Did you want to amend it first? Or restate?
The amended version is fine.
So 6725 only?
Sure.
Okay.
How about the failure to attend 6721E?
Yes. Failure to send a knowledgeable representative.
So it's
Are you okay with-
6721E.
Sure, yeah, 6721E and 67.25.
Yep.
Which 25? Oh, yeah, sure.
I'd like to second that motion.
Okay. So moved by Member Kanata, second by Member Tesfaye. Any further discussion on this? Any public comment? Seeing no public to comment, we ready for a vote? Call roll.
On that motion, Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Member Eldon. Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf. Recused. Josh Wolf recused. Copra absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Please return.
Anything to
Are
committee?
there any additional actions?
Let's send it to
not-
the OTC. No, just kidding.
Not I don't have any at this time.
Well played.
Okay, call the next item, please.
Next on the agenda, item number 8. File number 17047, complaint filed by Angela Grebin against President Leonard Reed, Board of Supervisors for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and/or complete manner. The Compliance and Amendments Committee heard the matter, determined the task force has jurisdiction, and referred the matter to the task force without a recommendation.
Chair Wolf?
Motion to...
Hold on.
I would need to recuse myself from this one. I have had interactions with Ms. Grebin on not this exact matter, but very similar matters in my professional capacity that it would make it that it's inappropriate for me to be. Am I able to make this motion myself? Then I move to recuse myself.
Second.
Moved by Member Moss, second by Vice Chair Hyland to recuse Member Moss. Any public comment? Seeing no public. Any further discussion? Seeing none, can we take this by acclamation? Seeing no objection, you are recused. Your instruction is to leave the room so that...
You can't even listen?
Nope, because you can't have eye contact. You can sit in the back.
Can I sit
if
back
you want.
there and listen?
Yeah, you can sit in the back.
Yeah, sorry, I just would... if.
Yeah,
This- I
proper
wanna make sure I
procedure is that so that person doesn't influence anybody making a decision.
So you could sit there but face the wall.
Yeah, he could. But sometimes even his presence, if you're intimidated or feel intimidated by the
Like in
presence.
Trump debate.
So do we need a motion to find jurisdiction?
We do not. We found jurisdiction.
We found jurisdiction, right.
But did you say that we had to also, what was the new procedure you're saying?
Right. For 67, 21, and 25,
okay.
The committees must find first that the records are public, and then second, if that public document is within the jurisdiction of the Sunshine Ordinance.
All right.
Yes.
So I think it's important to acknowledge that this case was born out of my case itself, and I know this from her tweets to me. So I don't know what that means about.
Do you feel that you should be? Do you feel conflicted?
I don't feel conflicted because I'm not invested in any of this in the first place. But I just want to acknowledge what the origin of this case was.
So the complaint doesn't say what it's. Well, the complaint claims that her blocking people from view violates the California Public Records Act.
Through the chair?
Yes.
I think just to be safe, if Member Wolf wanted to recuse himself, that would be okay, just in case this ever comes back to...
Well, I don't think that it really makes sense to recuse myself because this issue is really about a larger issue that's central to both of the other committees that I'm on.
But I guess if you helped her craft or...
No, I just know what she sent me on Twitter that was like, I just found out about this. I'm going to file mine too, so...
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and the thing is in Member Wolf's case, it didn't reach the point of even discussing the issue. It was purely a Sunshine procedural issue, so... Okay. I think it's fine. The question, it's not so much whether you feel like you're conflicted, but anybody here, if they feel like you are conflicted.
Oh yeah, anyone's free to make that motion, the motion to recuse me based on what I just said. I will not take umbrage.
And I don't feel anybody rising to that occasion, so let's move on.
Before we proceed, I'd just like to state that both parties were notified at today's meeting. Neither party has showed up at the committee or today's meeting.
Right. So
So
it was
how do you want to dispense with this?
This was at our committee, the Compliance and Amendments Committee. Neither party showed up. And it's basically the same issue as the last one. The complainant requested information from Supervisor Breed on who was blocked from her Twitter accounts and got an auto response and nothing else. Went back and asked again and got nothing.
Well, we have some requirements for attendance for both parties. So, Member Tesfaye.
I just want to make a notation that item 8, it says that this was heard by the complaint committee.
Yes, that is incorrect. It was from Compliance and Amendments from May 30th.
Right, so...
Let the record show that.
So I don't know how we hear it without either party here.
Member Wolf.
I don't think that her complaint is the same as mine at all. I think that her complaint is actually that blocking people from viewing posts violates the CPRA. That's the last. It's a slight change from the Okay, word for word. She posts information concerning the public's business to her account, and blocking people from viewing her posts violates the CPRA. So I think her complaint is actually that blocking people is a violation of Public Records Acts, whereas my request pertained to asking for that list of who was blocked. I think they're distinctly different.
Okay.
But what did she send to Supervisor Breed's office? How's the wording of that? I'm trying to find it exactly here.
Well, but that's not necessarily your complaint, right?
Well, but if you send something asking for information and then complain about something else, you haven't asked. Well, I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
You may want to consider whether this complainant even has standing.
Right.
Did this complainant make a complaint? Did they have anything to back up that complaint? Did they even show up to argue their case?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm with him.
How do we define standing by the Sunshine?
I think this item should have just been continued if she did not show up. I don't understand why it was elevated to the full task force.
Right, but here's what she requested from Supervisor Breed's office, page 278 of our document. I'm requesting a listing of all words, phrases, or hashtags currently muted by the @London Breed Twitter account and Supervisor London Breed Facebook account, and a listing of all people currently blocked or muted by the London Breed Twitter account or the Supervisor London Breed Facebook account. You may provide your response via email, and she's got her email address.
Okay, so her records request is essentially the same as mine.
Yes. But again, neither party is here.
Yeah, we can't really talk about the details of the case. We have to go for the procedure. Was the procedure of the Sunshine Ordinance followed first properly? Did the requester get the information that she requested? But prior to that, they're not here, and they didn't show up for the committee.
Right.
And I think actually in the future, if you have a case where both parties don't show up, the requirement is to show up at least at the committee. It's not, they don't have to show up here, okay? Because if they agree that they are in violation, there's no sense in, we can just move pretty quickly at this meeting. So the fact that they didn't show up at all, it should have been either continued or you just close it and then just report that it's been closed. And then they have, certain number of days to either reactivate it or reconsider the decision, of us or whatever we're doing. So,
through the chair.
Yeah.
Victor, what's the correspondence you've had with the complainant? I mean, you obviously let her know that this is going to be before the full task force.
She provided supporting documentation, but nothing regarding attendance as far as I can recall.
No response.
Member Josh Wolf.
I'm really sort of not invested in how we dispose of this case itself. I think that in terms of the actual request, it does parallel mine. But I think that in terms of opening the door to addressing how city officials deal with blocks, that is what her actual complaint is pertaining to, and that I think that issue should be referred to something to dig further, whether it be actually any of the three committees make sense to look at it. But I think that it makes sense for the issue that she raised in her complaint itself, not necessarily the records request, get referred to a committee and move forward.
Let's dispose of the case first before the commentary, and then we can decide what to do if you want to make a recommendation for that. All right?
Through the chair. So just to refresh, our newly adopted policy is that both parties must be there at the committee level, and if not, we have the option of disposing, continuing. Do we establish a first strike, second strike?
It's up to the committee, depending upon the gravity of the case or whatever.
We didn't make that.
Right. If somebody can't make it because they called and said, I can't make the committee, so you can continue, it's one thing. But if nobody shows up without any notice or anything, why bother? Nobody's interested. So why should we waste our time?
I think the fact that-
unless you find that it's so compelling a case, it may be better for discussion than what happened in the case. Yeah. Or,
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I think the fact that she's sending supporting material would suggest that we continue this to at least give her a chance.
Well, then I would say let's continue it, but I'm going to send it back to committee.
Right. Fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And Victor, please impress upon them that it's their last chance.
Send it back to committee. Let committee dispense with it if they can continue it, or if they don't want to continue it, they can dispense with it and let us know.
I will try to contact the parties, and could we refer it back to committee and not specify which committee at this time?
Is there any committee that is interested in taking this? Okay, any committee. It just seems to be enough interest in the subject matter to. So.
May I ask who's making the motion to re-refer it to committee?
Moved by Vice Chair Hyland. Is there a second to refer back to committee?
Sure, I'll second.
Second by Member Kanata. Any further discussion?
I just have a question. Victor, so she didn't respond to you at all?
Not regarding attendance. She continued to send me documents from other supervisors.
Yeah, she posted about it on Twitter 2 hours ago.
So that's the thing.
Who did?
As you can see, Commissioner Fish's block list dated September 2016 here. Anyway.
Commissioner Fish isn't connected to.
I know, but she's posting about this issue.
Oh,
She's
this is the only issue she deals with.
She's
Her
alive.
whole tweet stream is about this.
Okay.
Or someone in her. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, please call the roll. There's no public.
Wait, what's the...
It's to re-refer it back to committee.
Can we take
Excellent. Please call the roll.
Take it
Per
back,
Chair
Commissioner.
Wolf.
Member Hinsey.
Take it.
Doesn't matter.
Aye.
Aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Member Eldon. Aye. Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Moss recused. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The matter is re-referred.
Member Moss.
Come back wherever you are.
Okay, so do you want to, so actually let's hold off because I put in reports for every committee. Whether you have one or not, we can discuss it there to which committee it would go to. Call the next item, please.
Item 9, file number 17040, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Annual Report.
Okay, so I haven't gotten any responses from you folks. Are you okay with what's already in the annual report?
I thought we were doing it at the end of the July.
We are.
After the July
We are, but I'm encouraging you because we all are very busy.
Yeah.
That it's kind of a reminder, but I'm going to start a draft, with some other items that I think need to be in there. But I want your input. If there's something you're working on, I think, I'm going to include some of what we've started with the IT committee. If there's anything spectacular or concerning coming out of any other committee that you find either hamstrings or needs to be enhanced, or that is excellently working or not working, whatever you want to transmit to the Board of Supervisors, please let me know. Yes, Member Tesfaye.
Do you want us to revise it for typos or just?
You could, if you want to wordsmith it, sure.
No, I meant just like spelling and stuff.
Oh,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah, if you want.
Okay. Do you need that, or is it going to be spell checked?
No, it'll be spell checked.
Okay.
Victor and I are going to
Okay.
be working on it.
I saw some spelling errors, but I figured it was in draft, so there's no point.
Yeah, no problem. Okay.
Chair Wolf?
Yes.
This is literally getting ahead of ourselves, but I think this material is worth including in some form in the annual report because
what is it?
It's how much it's going to cost to put cameras up.
Oh, we're going
to use the cameras.
Yes.
Well, but I think it's important to be in the annual report for the reason that our core constituents that attend the meetings have been speaking of this issue for at least a decade.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I will venture to include that, absolutely, with a request for funding. Okay, and speaking of that, because it's late in the game for budget time, but there's always the add back period. Is there, if you think of anything that, like, you may want to give our administrator a raise, or maybe?
I assume that's like union oriented, or do we have the authority to give someone a raise?
Well, we can give a gift card to DCA Cola for like some Phil's coffee or something.
I don't think you can accept gifts.
Yeah, up to $25, right?
$99.
Oh, okay,
right?
It was the thought that counts, I guess. All right. Well, like I said,
hey, give me a ticket off this. Take it.
If there's anything that you folks in previous, former, your continuing, elder members here can think of that you felt like if you had some funding, it would have helped this or that. The other thing is if we wanted to do some kind of printing, like a brochure of like best practices, or these are our positions. We've taken very specific positions, like this whole Smith versus San Jose thing. If we want to do that, send out a memorandum or make it part of a brochure. If it costs money for printing, let me know. I'll include it. Okay, next item.
Next on the agenda, item number 10, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Chair's Report.
Okay, so I got a number of things. I'm going to try to rumble through this pretty quickly. I was watching the Ethics Commission meeting last week, and there was a report on their retention and records management, which I thought was very well done. I'm actually enjoy the staff over there. This new staff is very good. I like them. They're very thoughtful. They are very competent. So I would urge you to read that through. I kind of would suggest maybe EOT take a harder look at this and make this part of like some sort of, like I was talking about, a brochure or something, or some like fact sheet or something, because I'm going to try. I don't know if they'll do it, but when the Good Government Guide and when the Sunshine Training comes up, that we be somewhat part and parcel to that with the City Attorney's Office. But sans that, we can create our own guidance, because this is where the rubber's going to meet the road for that, for violations. So there's an attachment for that. Read it through. If any of the other committees are interested in taking up the issue, be my guest. But I wanted you to at least see it. The second bullet, independent legal counsel. Now, I thought this also was very interesting, because the Ethics Commission is interested in having their own independent counsel, because they find that too many times the city attorney is somewhat conflicted, even though there's supposed to be these ethical firewalls and that kind of thing. So it was an interesting discussion. I actually had coffee with the chair of the Ethics Commission the other day about it. He kind of explained it to me, how they're looking at it. It doesn't really apply for us that much.
The commission.
Yeah, the thing is sometimes one of the big issues for us is when the city attorney provides advice to a respondent, and the question is how that the ordinance is very specific on how that advice is to be administered. It's more preferable they send out citywide memos on guidance or whatever, or opinions, and then the only other direct thing is on redactions, that they can work directly with the respondent. So they have a little bit different situation, but I wanted to hear it from the horse's mouth as to exactly what they were really focused on and whether any of it really applied to us or not. Not that I want to get rid of DCA Cola anytime soon, but I just thought it's been an issue among the task force for a long time. That also was an attachment, and you can also watch the discussion if you're so inclined. So this leads me, third one, there was a request for training and participation in the city's training materials. So because we've been queried here and there from other counties, other cities about how we manage what we do. I think if there's interest, I think we should have a compendium of training materials. It doesn't have to be invented or created, tomorrow. But I think as we go along, if you keep notation, and then you could send it to me, you could send it to member chair of EOT Wolf, or any of those committee members. I think it's worthwhile to start that, and also to Victor, and we'll try to see if we could pull together something, even if it's like 3 points, just that we do for the end of this year. I think that will help motivate us to do more as time goes on. We got an inquiry from the San Diego County Regional Airport Authority regarding training addressing Smith versus San Jose, which I found interesting how quickly I think they're going around the state trying to find various bodies that are actually adjudicating this stuff without having to ask, because the court, I don't know if there are any new court cases with regards to this. I think some of our discussion here today could lend that to them. I'm going to draft a letter. I think I'll request some help from Member Moss on that, and I'll send it around for a look-see, and if everybody thinks it's okay, then we'll send it off to them. I mentioned the California Bar Association Conference on Public Records. Member Moss, did you want to say anything about that?
No, I mean, it was very interesting. I think that I'm glad that you included that thing in the packet. I have a thumb drive of all of the materials, which, I mean, you have the same thumb drive.
I do.
So.
That's what I sent everybody.
Oh, okay. So then really not a lot more. I mean,
okay.
It was
very interesting, very professional. It was, this is where lawyers go to get their continuing education units, that kind of thing. So most of them are just PowerPoints. So I would urge you to take a look at some of those. Even the one on Smith versus San Jose, I think it was very informative. It actually could be used as a reference. A lot of that, I'm sure they wouldn't. Whoever that author was wouldn't mind us using it with a reference. The last thing is I happened to had made an inquiry on these new cameras that are in the room here and whether they were going to be used or what their plans were for use. And, it comes down not to the fact for paying for the cameras, but the actual having a staffer being able to manage it and all that. So it came out to be something like $26,000 some odd dollars. That would be for our current meeting schedule through the end of the year. And it would, more or less be in this room.
This year? Okay.
I'm sorry?
For the end of this year?
No, it would be annual cost.
In addition to that, we would have to consider moving our meeting dates.
Right. Yeah, because they don't have staff that work, that there are conflicts.
It probably says this in the budget more detail, but I'm having trouble seeing it. Does that estimate also include our committee meetings? Or
Yes, it does.
Okay.
It does include committee meetings, but only the ones on our hard calendar.
Okay.
No additional special meetings.
Okay.
Or anything like that. Yet, member testify.
This is actually the earlier item. Did you you distributed the items from the conference?
Yeah.
Materials via Victor?
Part of the packet.
Yeah, it's in the packet.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
And if you need it, if you don't get it, just let me know. Either me or member Moss. Yes.
Oh, I have a quick question. So, do we know what day they would move our meetings to?
We haven't discussed it in detail, but they discuss possible opening dates.
Because I just don't think that would be a good idea. I mean, we've been locked in at the first Wednesday of every month since time immemorial.
I know, but the question becomes whether, because of this ability, and if the city's willing to pay for it. Well, I think a lot of people would
I know
want to.
the scales. I can see the scales inside your
They
head
are.
going like this, but I really don't want to get.
Did they propose a specific other times for us to meet?
That's what.
They only discussed the full task force meeting for the first Thursday of the month at 4 p.m. They didn't really get into details regarding the other meetings.
Yeah, they
Well,
didn't.
that wouldn't be totally. I'm just going to finish. That
Yeah.
wouldn't be totally horrible, but I would prefer to stay on the Wednesday. But now you've got the scales of, is it worth it to stay on Wednesday versus having the video? I'd rather stay on Wednesday, but that's just.
Should we email you or Victor about our availability? Like, I know I have a conflict. I usually have to travel Thursday for work.
Well, here's the thing. One thing is this is what they told us. I consider this to be negotiable. So, I consider it to be negotiable. So I would push, if we can get approval for funding, I would push for maintaining it on a Wednesday. Thursdays kind of do and do not work for me, but I can make it work. But, if we can maintain it on.
Well, and you also have to think about future sunshine ordinance tasks. I mean, we have to also look to the future and how we may be causing harm as we move down there. You don't care about that.
I mean, whatever day the meeting it meets, and that's in the future.
People from the
will
90s
adjust.
can come here on the first Wednesday and always know that there's going to be a meeting.
It wasn't always on Wednesday.
Yes, it was. I looked it up on
It was
Archive.
on a Tuesday prior.
I looked up on
It was on
Archive.org.
Tuesday.
Oh, stop that. I'm blocking you from my Twitter.
Because I was here on those Tuesdays.
We may consider doing it in parts and just doing the full task force to begin with.
Yeah, right.
Before trying to get the committees involved.
Yeah, we could do that too. Member Wolf, Josh Wolf.
So if it's going to cost, I'm assuming this is one contractor. It's one person to operate the cameras, right?
Yes, one employee.
So if we're having to expend this about $40,000 for them for the year for all of our committee meetings, I don't understand how we need to fit with their existing work schedule. Aren't we paying for?
These are city employees. They're not outside contractors.
No, I know that, but I'm saying that
there's only so many of them, and they're recording other meetings at that time.
Well,
yeah, if you look on the second page, is the whole list
So
of
they're
all
not
the.
physically here. They're in a booth
They're
somewhere.
they're
Yeah.
in some other room. I think in the
They're
basement.
in the bunker, kind of like the NHL.
So is there another meeting that's going on at this? Oh, the police commission meeting, and they can't film. Okay.
They could probably do two meetings at one time, but
They have two channels. But that's the point. That would be the negotiable part. I would just push the envelope and say it's got to be on this day, and then see if they'll say, well, then it's going to cost you an additional $1,000.
Well, you really can't run video of two meetings at once because I've tried it as a past job and it's difficult.
Right. So you get a second person to run them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Well, yeah, you can actually, because I have done that from a truck. You just don't do it very well.
Sure. I mean, I'll agree to that.
Are we able to go back? So I'm looking at page 2, and there's a list of agencies that already get this. Can we go to the board and say that it's more important for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to have live streaming than, say, LAFCO or the Treasure Island Development Authority?
They would say no.
Why?
Well, it's hard
because
if they're already getting
those deal with city budget, lots of money. They must be public.
But that may be so, but it's the Sunshine. I mean, it's a Sunshine Task Force that doesn't have a open a main transparency service that the city offers, and we aren't able to use it for our committee.
So most of these are executive branch. Some of them are ordinance created. Some of them are voter created. It's kind of in the hands of the mayor in a lot of ways. So trying to get this trying to get, the money for this, I'll have to meet with both the Board of Supervisors and with the mayor because the mayor would have to approve it in the budget at the same time.
If you get a meeting with the president of the Board of Supervisors.
She's my supervisor.
Well, so another option is I presume that since they've installed these cameras, they have installed a system for streaming audio. And my question is whether if we were to do that as a in-between item,
Is there a chat? Is there an audio stream chat?
No, but through SF.gov TV, you could have the audio with a smiling picture of Victor for the entire time.
Granicus won't let you.
What's that?
Granicus won't let you.
Okay, it won't let you just put up a static image for the entire time?
They won't. No, they'll want a staffer to have to manage it. That's either way. Either whether it's video or audio, they're going to need somebody on site to.
Yeah, because that person and then us.
The standard Granicus contracts requires, I dealt with this with Peralta colleges, require you to do video. You can't just use the same system and just pull the audio. Like they insist on it being a video service.
In that case, can we not just use a single camera and not switch around?
Like I said, if first we have to get the money to be able to make it happen. They won't provide us with any services unless it's paid for.
But that's my question: is whether there's a way to reduce down the cost by not having somebody switching between cameras.
I am not seeing $30,000 or $40,000 for this service to be onerous.
Okay.
On a $8 billion budget.
All right, if you think you can get the money.
Well, it's worth it. Like I said, this is the closest we've come. In the almost 20 years that we've been in this room. To have any cameras except that little one that's sitting right up there.
Oh, that's a security camera.
Yeah, but somebody's watching it.
That's to the sheriff's office.
How do I know that? Because as soon as we adjourn, the guy comes in the door. And so I don't know who else is watching either or listening. Okay, so that's all I have for chair's report. Is there any questions? Anything you want me to do? Okay, thank you. Next item.
Next on the agenda, item number 11. File number 16093, review and possible amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, bylaws, and complaint procedures.
Okay.
Item 11.
I believe we were working on rule of reason.
Yeah, rule of reason. We created some kind of thresholds and kind of bars for rule of reason. Where is that? Is that not in here? Reconsideration. Table closed.
Page 367. Is that where we are?
I don't believe I inserted any supporting documents as they were not finalized. They were still draft.
All right. Well, all right. So we'll send it. We'll send it around. Mm-hmm. We'll send around
the draft that I wrote up.
Yeah.
Should I just give a basic background on it?
Go for it.
At the last meeting, I had agreed to draft up some general concepts for a rule of reason, and I did do that originally, and then what I thought was a conservative way to go about it, and Member Wolf said, let's come up with some more things, and then we can decide among all of these things that you threw out there. And so when you see the document, you'll see that there's a lot to it. That's because I went through a kitchen sink approach of putting everything possibly out there. Some of the highlights were, for example, if you're going to claim the rule of reason, you need to show evidence that you sought more resources with which to handle public records requests. That the head of the department, if the head of the department was not named in the complaint, the head of the department would have to add themselves to the complaint since they would be ultimately responsible for it. I put in things like you need to be able to say what you think the reasonable amount of time to deal with a public records request is, and show that you did do that already. There's a bunch of stuff in it, a lot of like I said, kitchen sink stuff, and I guess we can discuss it at the next meeting.
Member Wolf.
So, how do we anticipate? Are we trying to get this into the good government guide, or how do we anticipate that these procedures that you're writing up, Member Moss, will actually be
As I
aware
understand
by
it,
departments?
if somebody comes in here and tries to claim rule of reason, we will have something to go off of, or something that we can present to them in advance. Be like, we see that you're doing this. Here are the things that we're going to want to see if you come in. I mean, that's how I understand it.
Part of the complaint process.
But it's more of a defensive, when they invoke the rule of reason, we'll have this out, as opposed to trying to get it into the good government guide or something like that.
Well, we can do that too, but that's a tertiary activity. What I think we're more concerned about is that we have an agreement among all of us of what the rule of reason is, how we are going to adjudicate it, and what are the various thresholds, just so we're all on the same page. Because and have consistency, because it shouldn't be too subjective. It should be pretty exacting.
Right, but it sounds like it's more about like tying our policy together in cases and not guidance to departments.
It could be guidance to the point of some of this stuff, I think, is to let departments know that these are things the Sunshine Task Force pays attention to and makes part of their hearings. And that way they'll say, you know what, I'm not going to use that rule of reason thing. Those guys have already thought about it. They already, it's going to be too hard for me to combat it or overcome it, or I don't have a good reason, so I'm not going to use it.
Or they can use it, but they'll know how to use it.
Right.
Right.
It's either an instruction manual. It's either a weapon or a tool.
Right. Thank you.
Put it that way. Okay. Anything else on bylaws? Nothing?
I believe there was a question on how the task force itself could initiate complaints against specific departments.
I had two things while we're on that, and I wasn't sure whether to save it until the announcements and comments thing. But I think one is, we don't have a process by which a committee can initiate a complaint. So, to give a sort of hypothetical, Compliance and Amendments Committee had filed some sunshine requests in relation to a compliance matter. In the event that we did something like that and a agency did not respond correctly, could the committee initiate a complaint? And then what would the process like that look like? Or alternately, if in the general process of doing business as this committee, we see something that is a complaint that a violation that we would like to address, but we don't have a complainant who has actually filed the complaint, can we then say, we saw this, that's messed up, we would like to have hearings on it?
Well, the task force can do whatever it pleases with regards to what's in its jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. Okay? If the task force wants to take up an issue with a department, it can do that, and we can develop our own process for dealing with that. In the case that the committee was dealing with getting documents from I think it was the library?
Yeah, and the city attorney.
The city attorney, okay. So you can invite them. We can't compel them, but we can invite them to come to the committee. If they don't want to come to the committee, you can send it up to here and say we need a little more oomph, and we can see if they'll show up to an official meeting of the task force. And then if they don't, and it's based upon a complaint, then we can make a determination on those things.
But procedurally, if say the Compliance and Amendment Committee wanted to file a violation complaint against somebody because they did not respond to the committee's.
But you're part and parcel of the task force.
Right.
So it's really the task force. You're doing the business of the task force.
Right.
So that should come up that should come up to, it's the Warriors game. It should trickle up to here. Okay, so if you're not getting satisfaction at the committee level, then bring it up here, and then we'll decide it.
Right, but so the question then is, okay, so it comes up here. What is our process for, like, who gets up and discusses? And I guess that's...
You do it right from here.
Okay.
Yeah, I can explain how that process might go.
Okay.
Another time.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm getting tired, but we can absolutely take it upon ourselves as a body.
Okay.
To adjudicate a complaint that we find.
Okay.
Ourselves, absolutely.
And then the other thing I wanted to discuss regarding the complaint procedure, we don't have to go into depth, but just to raise it, is the issue of when a complainant is unable to attend hearings, either because they don't live in the city of San Francisco or something else prevents them. Say they are a prison inmate who has a right under the Sunshine Ordinance to file requests and file complaints, but they have an inability to show up in our hearings. I am concerned that our policies, as are, do not have a clear way for somebody to file a complaint and have it adjudicated by this task force if they are unable to appear in person.
We have precedent.
Okay.
Over many years of anonymous complainants who do not want to appear and have piped them in through speakerphone.
Is that clear in our procedures for?
I believe our procedures leave it at our discretion to make accommodations as needed.
But I thought I had read something either in the Brown Act or in the ordinance that talks about teleconference. So
I'm just wondering whether we are telling people that when we send them the notice of a hearing, that if they cannot appear in person, that there is another option.
I don't know. Are we?
It's not specific, but we leave openings for them to contact us so we can work with them. The previous version of this task force intentionally left it vague so that we can cover all bases as new situations come up at all times. And we would just leave it to the discretion of the task force to determine how to make accommodations.
Yeah, usually in my history, it's only been people who have filed as anonymous or specifically had as you're saying, an attendance, a blocked issue.
Okay.
Or ADA accommodations.
Or ADA accommodations. Right.
Okay, just putting that out there.
So how would we deal with someone? Because, you don't have to be a San Francisco resident or even a resident of California to file a sunshine request, right? Or, a sunshine
That's right.
complaint. So if someone from, Michigan...
Or France.
It's not clear on the paperwork that it just says they're supposed to show up, right?
Write up a draft if you want to amend or add something to our procedures and we'll...
But does that need to go through rules?
It should go through rules, yes. Should go through rules. Absolutely. Which is fine, just our process. And Fiona's itching to do something. Okay. Anything else on this matter? Okay, call the next item.
Item number 12, report from Sunshine Ordinance Task Force committees.
Okay, so this was kind of a regular practice that the task force used to have. I know over the years that all the committees have been doing more complaint level kind of work rather than their, charge, so to speak. But I think it's important at least to give people a forum to be able to talk about their committee, the chairs or any of the members. This would be a good opportunity to do that. So just start off with complaints. If you don't have anything, that's fine. It's just creating a new ritual.
We don't have anything at this time, but next time I'll try and think of something.
Could I maybe suggest that we talk about the Trudeau hearing at our next meeting?
But nothing has happened yet. Okay, well, we are thinking of taking about 4 complaints and combining them to do a special, like, alternative dispute resolution type process with a regular complainant petitioner here, Ann Trudeau, and the Arts Commission. We'll be holding that at our next complaint committee meeting.
And just so you know, I've ordered that none of her complaints against the Arts Commission will come to be processed through task force until that meeting happens.
The only thing I might recommend is just make sure you list in the agenda that it's your intention to do that. As you know, we've had people complain that they were caught, blindsided by that.
Oh, there's been plenty of contact with her.
But we can still put it in the agenda.
But it should be written.
Just so that
people don't get up and give you an earful about it.
No, for sure.
Trust me, I'm talking from experience here.
We're shooting for the end of this month, the 27th.
Okay, does a notice go out to everybody on those, or just committee members?
No, it'll go out to everybody. It's a special meeting.
And we can observe?
You can observe, absolutely. The idea, it's supposed to be conciliatory, so we're going to try to come to a consensus on how to move forward and deal with that.
Oh, it's fine. We have confirmed that she will attend.
June 27th,
yes,
right?
She confirmed tonight.
Yeah.
And just so you know, most of those items will not be heard that you see listed before you.
I do have a quick question here. It says hearing to provide an opportunity for Ann Trudeau and Arts Commissions to discuss submitted complaint standards of operations and compliance with Sunshine Ordinance. It doesn't really say anything there about what our intention is, though. So I don't know if we could put with the intention of resolving pending complaints.
We're not hearing complaints. We're just trying to resolve some of the personal issues.
You could say resolving disputes, or with the intention of resolving.
We don't want to get into the weeds of what she continues to iterate in public comment around.
Allegations.
Yeah, those things. This is very procedural. This is like, there are all these complaints. What is going on at the Arts Commission that these things keep happening? There's information's being withheld. Why is it being withheld? It's just kind of...
What is our intention?
The intention is to resolve why all these complaints are being filed and brought up.
Okay, so maybe you could put with the intention of resolving the source of the complaints or the cause of the complaints. But, just to address what Member Highland is saying.
Okay.
She would say, well, I didn't know that you were going to do this or
that. Yeah, she's asked me several times what the intention is. I keep repeating to her, that we want it.
If it's agendized, then she can't use it against us.
No, I understand it. I get it.
So we're trying to get at the root of the problem by combining for her complaints at the same meeting?
Well, we're trying to hear what the issue is around those complaints and see if there can be some agreement by the Arts Commission to comply without having us to go through 4 or 40 complaints.
And Victor, is that going to be pretty much our only agenda item for that meeting?
There'll be one additional item that was continued from our last meeting, plus that item, plus some hearings to determine jurisdiction and compliance with define whether or not documents are public, but not to actually hear the complaint.
Right.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Is that it for complaints? Moving on to CAC. Mr. Kanata.
The only thing I'd like to mention is we had a short discussion on the city's drone policy. We had invited somebody and they didn't show. They said to submit questions, and we decided that submitting questions, by the time you submit a question, you come up with 10 more questions. So we're going to ask at some committee, to have a person or people who are administering this policy, who have come up with this policy, to come and just have a discussion where we can have questions about the policy and how it's going to be administered.
Yeah, I find lots of city staff, they don't like to be caught off guard. So they want a good scoping of what it is, and they want to make sure they send somebody who's knowledgeable. So,
Yeah, I don't think we have a committee for that yet.
No.
And we were worried about holding it in compliance and amendments because it only meets every other month. And the nature of the drone policy is that it is the central policy, but each agency that wants to use drones has to come up with its own policy modeled off of the umbrella policy.
Right.
And so we were worried if we waited 2 months, everybody else would come up with their policies, and we'd be trying to
so do you want to
undo
have?
a bunch.
Are you asking for a special meeting?
I'm asking for to see if there's another committee that might want to take it up and have a
What's
hearing.
the next upcoming committee?
I have sent out an invitation along with the request from the committee and a link to the audio to my contact, and he is reviewing that at this time. I gave him the potential hearing date of the EOTC for June 20th and the CAC meeting in July. The only other meeting would be probably IT on June 27th.
Okay. Well, not too far away.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you for doing that.
And we're
Okay.
just dealing with like recording logs of the flights
No.
and video footage of the
Right.
flights,
It's
where it's flying and all that stuff,
It's
right?
specifically the video footage. It was the raw footage or the raw data as they're describing it, and how their policy says that no raw data can be released to the public.
What about logs of the flight past themselves?
That is not. I don't think that's something that wasn't the issue that we were raising. Or
Okay.
we had a concern about. The concern was they've written into their policy something that seems incompatible with the Sunshine Ordinance, and we needed to figure that out.
Sure.
One other item, and I don't know which committee should pick this up, is police cams.
I was going to say body cams kind of goes
Body
along.
cams. And I think actually, since we have a new chief of police, I think maybe we should invite him to come and talk about it, and with whoever he has as the point person for it. I know this is...
I'd be interested in either dealing with that in EOTC or our IT committee.
Let Victor know which committee you want it to be in.
Well, do the members of the IT committee have thoughts on this, or the EOTC members?
I personally don't care. I don't think Member Moss...
I don't care, except that IT committee is under a time constraint because it's always buttressed up against another committee, and so I feel like we have been running out of time to discuss things, and so I think that if EOTC has more
EOTC
time,
also is buttressed up against the complaint committee, isn't it?
Oh,
No,
yeah,
it's
so
not.
Oh,
No, you have your own.
it was just
You
At
hear
this time,
complaints.
there's no meeting after.
okay. We did previously, though, right? I'm not.
That may have been.
I think 1 or 2 meetings did work. 'Cause
Okay.
I came in after. I came with you.
Yeah, but
Okay.
you have your own
But we're
time.
not that way anymore. All right,
No.
never mind.
And
Happy to
if
do it.
we are going to call the police department in for body cams, I'd like to bring them in at the same time to discuss their new public record system.
Oh, right.
Oh.
That's a very good idea.
which that is an IT committee thing that we're.
Well, how about we can do a joint committee meeting with the EOT? We can do joint IT and just have us all be there. And
Then we
anybody
might-
else, everybody's invited to those.
It might actually make sense. So we have the current upcoming EOTC, and I don't know whether it's possible to schedule a meeting coming up before the next EOTC, but it sounds like this might be a special meeting on police issues if there's the means to schedule it.
Okay.
We are running up with a lot of issues at this time, and it is very difficult to add additional meetings.
Right. Right, so that's why I said combine, two committees. We can combine the IT committee with any committee if the subject matter is going to be the same. But for the essence of maintaining, not adding any more.
And we do need to
days.
send an invitation with a subject matter request
Right.
to the police department.
Okay, so you want to give it a crack for the...
To send the invitation
Why
to the
don't you
police
do
department?
for the police cam, why don't you do for the drone policy?
Well, no, it's not the drone policy for the police.
That would be
No,
the
it's
public record system.
Public record system, right. Do you want to do public record system? Can you do public record system?
Sure.
Okay.
Once I receive both requests, I will combine them and have Chair Wolf approve the memo before I send it to the police department.
Sounds good. All right. So that was EOT rules. Ms. Hinsey? Is there anything on your...
Member Moss pretty much gave my current report. We will take those two items up, and this time I'm not sure we see a need for a meeting of our committee, but yeah.
Okay.
I will propose some dates that coincide with some of our other meetings.
Okay, great. And as far as IT?
Yeah, so we've held 2 meetings. One of the main focus of the meetings have been trying to figure out a way for us to have a database of essentially Sunshine Task Force canon of our orders of determination, our cases and precedents. The status on that is, I think at the last meeting, Chair Wolf had obtained a copy of the city's MOU for a gigantic kind of, case management system. And it looked like there might be something in there that could be used by us. And I think that Member Wolf Chair Wolf is investigating that a little bit more. Mm-hmm. We had a whole nother round of hearings about automated email responses, which continues to be an elusive and frustrating area of policy. And we had asked the DT to talk to the Arts Commission about their recurring experiences with out-of-office emails. Mm-hmm. And then, we did talk a little bit about the drone policy. We have talked a little bit about public records on personal devices, and we're working on a sort of request for comment from transparency groups and other stakeholders about how to move forward with Smith v. San Jose, and I believe that is it.
Very good.
Would this sort of data management complaint system, would that cost money? Is that
we're trying to see if that would be under the one license for the Board of Supervisors, since we are, quote unquote, under the auspices of the Board of Supervisors. So I've spoken to Angela Cavillo about that, and that's why I asked her for the proposal, because if that's possible, then we could probably just be folded in. We just need somebody to design it. That's all. All right. Moving on. Administrator's report. And we can wrap it up.
That is item 13. On my report, we have the tentative hearing schedule for the upcoming months. We have EOTC on June 20th at 3:30. We have IT ad hoc at 3:30 on June 27th, with the complaint committee to follow at 5:30 on June 27th. July 5th, we have the next full task force meeting, and then July 10th is the next compliance and amendments committee, and July 25th is the next complaint committee. Item 2, we have a list of quite a few new complaints that have been submitted in the last month. Item number 3, you will see that our number of pending complaints has slightly increased from 17 to 26 pending complaints. There are only 2 pending complaints pending before the complaints committee, most likely compliance and amendments. There are 4 communications in your packet from various parties. They are self-explanatory. That completes my report.
Just confirming, July 5th, we do have SOTF?
Yes, we do have a meeting on July the 5th.
Is that going to be problematic? I think we're okay.
Okay. Anything else for the good of the cause?
Yep.
Go ahead, call the next item.
Item number 14, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Sure. Just my regular legislative update of sorts. AB 1479 is probably the hottest public records bill around right now, and it has moved through its first House deadline and is now currently before the California State Senate.
Is that Bonta?
This is Bonta's bill that would add some teeth to the California Public Records Act. If you willfully refuse to hand over records, you could be liable for $1,000 to $5,000. If we wanted to ring in on this as a task force, I would suggest that soon rather than later, like now is the appropriate time for us to start considering. It's department liability. So if we wanted to do that, I would say that we should probably take that up at the next task force hearing.
And just the specific thing would be like how those, like if we were to find sunshine violations, it would need to fit with the ground.
No, I mean we could not assign a penalty to anybody. Like,
but the ethics commission.
Yeah, we would still need a court would have to assign the $1,000 to $5,000.
Or it could be the DA or the AG. Those are our three venues for.
Would it actually give us more teeth, or would it?
It wouldn't give us more teeth.
It might encourage people to be a little more.
We could push them towards the teeth, but we can't actually access it.
So yeah, if we want to ring on it, I would say next meeting. If anything past that, and it's going to probably be too late.
Okay. So you mean July's meeting?
July's meeting.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, right. Okay.
Sounds like fun. He volunteered to me.
What's that?
Is there anything else? Anything else happening up there?
I mean, there's a couple other bills, but I don't want to waste everybody's time with them
All right.
they're
you can
not.
send them around.
Sure.
If you want, send a list. Member Hinsey.
I just wanted to let everybody know that I have my hearing for my son next week. So I may or may not be here in July. So we will see.
Okay. What do you mean they're the carrier?
Yes.
Yes. Well, no, actually.
It'd be a holdover.
So the holdover for the Sunshine Task Force is unlimited. Okay. Yeah, this was expressed by DCA Givner in an open public meeting of the Board of Supervisors when they were trying to either accept the nominations of the organization seats, but Member Hinsey's seat is staggered from the rest of us. So,
when is your meeting?
It's next Wednesday, the 14th.
Next Wednesday, 14th. We should all show up in her support.
Should.
Or write a letter. Write letters. Write emails. Whatever. Contact your supervisors.
I can take care of it.
Do you want to write a collective letter?
Yeah.
And have everybody sign it? Yeah. But we can, as a body, say, we enjoy her presence.
Actually, if you wanted to be included in the packet, I would need it by
Friday? No, Thursday.
by end of business tomorrow. Yes.
Okay. Do you want me to whip something up? I see nodding heads.
Whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah.
I will write my own letter, but is that appropriate for this body to do that?
Why not?
Well, I mean, otherwise.
Well,
They get letters all the time of support for all the time.
Who's the chair of rules? Who's the chair of rules?
I don't know. But we're all community members.
Safai.
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah,
Safai.
All right, let's do it. Let's all do it individually if you want. So, who's the chair of rules?
I am not a.
Oh.
I don't know.
Safai, I think.
Oh, Safai.
I can send everyone a list of the members so you can list
Okay.
it in your letters. I'll do that early in the morning.
I just send it to your own supervisors also because they have to vote on it.
What?
That's
In the end.
Yep.
If you want to support member Hinsey's
Okay.
reappointment.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Without objection.
Yep.